Welcome back, everybody, to another edition of the LPL over here on the unofficial LPL English Twitch channel. I'm Yanni. I'm here with Rudude. We have made it into the play-in stage. Already had a great match yesterday. Hoping for another one today. Team WE versus EDG are going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two teams that I was excited to see go at it in this play-in tournament. Yesterday turned out to be just about as exciting as you can get, and I think that today we could be in for that same level. I really wasn't expecting FPX to drop that series, but NIP obviously stepping up when needed, Leave having a massive performance. For me, this is the one team that had a chance from Nirvana, but I mean, I've been very outspoken about this, Yanni. I am very high on WE's chances today.
I am too, but if anything, NIP did show that this one will be no gimme. Let's take a quick look at how we got here as we go look at the regular season standings as our top four teams locked themselves to the quarterfinals already. Meanwhile, Weibo, JDG, WE, and FPX playing in these play-ins against NIP, EDG, LGD, and Ultra Prime. You already know that FPX and NIP did battle with NIP, edging them out 3-2 yesterday.
And I mean, for obviously this upcoming series, you know, it's a 7 versus a 2 seed. It's theoretically a little more difficult for our two teams, or for our teams from Nirvana, but EDG had such a hot start that they have got a lot of backing in this series. And as you can see here, these are our play-in games to be played. JDG versus LGD and Weibo versus Ultra Prime a little bit further down the road. All for a chance to battle in the playoffs with NIP, and then Top Esports, IG, BLG, and Anyone's Legend, all waiting on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, they loom large over these teams, Rudu, but it doesn't matter. You just have to go and you have to win, right? And this one should be, in my opinion, about as close as NIP and FPX. It might be, you know, there might be a bit more of a decisive game. You know, you'll see later. I said this was going to be a 3-1, but I think these teams are fairly evenly matched. And both of these teams at some points having fleeting thoughts of like world's contention by a couple of people, you know, hopefully trying to continue their roads here.
Yeah, and I think that that's the tricky part is looking at, you know, who it is that will be starting to make those Worlds tournaments, and looking at that bracket as well. You have got obviously some really hard-hitting teams as well. The first round that you have to play, it's going to be a really difficult series for whichever of these two teams come out on top. And I like the fact that it's those top 4 teams that get to choose their opponents as well. Similar to how we've had it for the play-ins, it's the same for the playoffs. They get to pick their opponents as they go from 1st down to 4th seed. So it should be a really good opening to our playoffs. And obviously we know that the LPL playoffs can and does always deliver.
Now, we know that while many enjoy both of these teams and think both of these teams can do great things, it would be considered a major Cinderella story if they were to finish as the #1 team here in the Split 3 playoffs. So let's talk championship points a little bit, because it looks like that these teams are going to get there off championship points, if anywhere. You won't even see EDG on the screen. They don't have a single point. Here's where we currently sit with FPX and Thunder Talk already being knocked out of contention.
Yeah, and it's important, obviously, with FPX losing that series yesterday, they are no longer able to make it in. But WE, even if they lose this series today, there is still a very, very, very slim chance that they could make it in. It relies on JDG and Weibo having awful performances from here on out, but that we could expect to see WE have a really good time of things if they do win this series here. And the odds of them at least making it to the gauntlet does look pretty darn good.
Yeah, Team WE going to need a lot of help if they lose, but as you said, if they win, things should be okay. And for EDG, you just got to win, baby. That's it. You got to go as deep as you possibly can in order to try and at least make it a gauntlet, right? To get a shot at going to Worlds. And, you know, this team, a couple weeks ago, if you said that, you'd be like, yeah, you know, this is fantastic. All right. You know, I'm super confident, but, you know, things have things haven't been as pretty recently for the squad. A little bit more on that later. But now it is time to meet the squads. If you haven't really been paying attention too much during the regular season, or you are a long-time viewer, it's still important. Cube, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire for the side of Team WE. And Rude Dude, we've talked about it all the time. Monkey and Vampire, the engine that makes this car go.
Yeah, and I think that importantly, they've been a really revitalized Split 3 side as well. They've looked different to how they did in Split number 2 previously. We were talking a lot about this bot lane in particular, and yes, Vampire had a pretty good Split number 2, but with Monkey coming in, it feels like they've actually been able to level up and find that second identity that maybe this team needed moving into Split 3, when it does look like a lot of our other oppositions have also extended how strong they are. With Monkey at the helm, I mean, I think he's second for the most amount of MVPs or something like that in the
tied
split.
First.
So he's done a very good job this split at making sure that he is the go button for this team, and in terms of player of the games, winning quite a fair few of those to showcase that.
Yeah, in fact, he was my pick for our voting for like all pro and stuff. He was my Split 3 third choice for MVP. I think he made a really profound impact on this team, and I'm really excited to see him and Vampire go against the organization that they really started their competitive journeys with. And speaking of that organization, it's EDG on the other side, a storied organization now boasting the roster of ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel, An, and Palkia down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think that EDG, they have got that slight discrepancy in the bot lane. I mean, we talked about Vampire being really one of the bright spots of WE. Looking at EDG, though, there are similar stories to be told, with Perukia being probably the most exciting part of this EDG roster, at least coming into the season. His early season was incredibly powerful, and then we did get to see Xiaohao Angel start to step up. For me, this is a really big series for specifically Perukia, because this is his first time playing up against Ascend. Yes, scrims, whatever, but on terms of stage and in those stage games, this is his first chance to show his mettle up against the top table, let's say. And I think that that's going to be really important for him, because previously all of the stage games have been up against supports that are in Group Nirvana relatively weak, but in Group Ascend, we're looking at Vampire, one of maybe the better supports in the league, and definitely looking like this is going to be a difficult matchup for Perukia in particular, and I want that to be known as we go into this, because if he performs very well, and if he's outperforming Vampire, that gives us a stake and a setting for how good this player actually is.
And not only that, would give EDG a very good shot at potentially moving on. Really excited for this guy to get his first chance of playoff action. Has wanted to play for EDG since he was a kid, and only EDG. And now he is taking his first footsteps to try to lead this team to greatness. But it hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows, Rude Dude, as we alluded to a little bit earlier. The roller coaster has taken a couple of dips at times. Their loss to NIP to bring them from 7-0 to 7-1 was the real big factor that cooled people from this team a bit.
Yeah, and this was sort of the stocks value of EDG, right? Where we had this 7-0 crazy level of EDG stonks, and then they lost the series versus NIP, and we were like, oh, you know what, it's NIP, it's fine. And then they get 0-2 versus LGD, and all of a sudden you're kind of like, oh my god, is this team doomed? And then they had a really solid end to the split with a really convincing 2-0 versus LNG. So it's all about now, are we buying in the dip, or are we selling whilst it's still quite high and then it completely fails and falls off during this play-in series? It's up to you guys at home whether or not you want to buy into the hype of EDG or not.
Well, I'd be buying them if it were against anybody else. I think it's going to be a little difficult here, but remember, we did say that there are opportunities for EDG to really kind of surprise WE and surprise everybody in this series. And I think the mid lane might be the biggest one of them all, Rude Dude. This matchup between Karis and Angel. Karis has been not so great throughout the entirety of 2025. At his best, he can be carried to stability. Meanwhile, Angel, on the other hand, is always the big stable piece for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, looking at just the stats, and there's a couple that really stand out to you. Angel with a 10.3 KDA, the highest across the entire league. That's both Ascend and Nirvana. And then you take a look at MKSG is most kills per game that we're looking at, or in a single game, most kills in a single game, excuse me, 19 from Angel.
That's a lot.
Incredible. Is such a high amount, like genuinely a mammoth MVP performance from just that one game specifically. Karis at 12 isn't a bad tally by any means, but you can feel the distinction in these two mid laners and sort of see how different they are. You know, looking in terms of those stats, looking at how consistent Angel is, and comparing that really to the inconsistency that Karis has.
Yeah, and I think what's really important here is that Akali was the champion of choice for both of those players in that particular game, in those particular games where they did well, which I think actually favors the EDG, mostly because we've seen Karis go to the Akali a couple times. It's actually been one of his best picks. He's 5-3 on it. He's actually looked pretty solid on it. But now if EDG, if Angel has this in his back pocket, if you're Team WE, I think you have to maybe try to put some priority on it this series.
Yeah, there may very well be this, niche Akali meta that starts to crop up, because normally we just see Akali in response to these control mages. You can see Angel taking it here versus the Azir. We've seen it versus Tilia as well. There are very different instances, and where you see these control mages, opportunities for this Akali to come out. So we may just see a control mage meta with the Akali ban thrown in early doors.
And this is part of that incredible 19 kill game, 19-0-7. He finished in that one. It was ridiculous, getting kills early and then just, again, solo man flanks. When you can do that on Akali, it's pretty ridiculous. We saw Karis do a little bit more of this, though, compared to Angel. A lot more solo killing.
Yeah, and just picking off in side lanes, in fairness, this was a series where Shanks, in this game in particular, really didn't look anything like what we've come to expect from him. But Karis, in these clips, you can kind of see he's doing such a good job at buying space and also baiting in whoever it is that his opponents are, and making sure that actually he's not just doing the damage. And I think that's maybe something that Karis may be just missing out on, but he knows that he's got the damage profile from his team to back him up, and I think that's also something that we can kind of establish from WE, that you're going to have Monkey in the backlands, you're going to have Taeyun trying to do whatever he can, and really making it a bit of a priority to keep space and buy time for those carries.
Yeah, and that just allows Karis to go and do whatever he wants, right? This is the one thing that we haven't seen at a Team WE, right? When we've seen Monkey and Vampire do their thing, it's very rare that one of the other laners goes and steps up, especially in Split 3, and is like, okay, cool, these guys have opened the door for me, I can go ahead and kick it down. There's really only so much that Monkey and Vampire can do. I think this is a big reason why this team was considered the best of 3 merchants, right? Where you went to 3 games every single time. They played the most games out of any team in Group Ascend. They played 38 individual games. And on the flip side, Nirvana, for Nirvana, EDG only played 22. That was the least in Nirvana. So if we're talking about actual time on the Rift, Team WE have been there a whole lot, but that means there is a lot of tape on them.
Yeah, lots of stage games just to give to EDG for their own prep, right? And like you say, WE on the flip side have got a lot less to try and work with necessarily. And I think that with WE having played all of those stage games, and with the outline that I've sort of built up for WE, that I do think with them taking games consecutively, consistently really up against those top teams, it does fill me with hope. And I was looking at the series versus AL. This was at a time where I was saying anyone's legend, they are back, they are ready, they are booming almost. And then for WE to 2-0 them, it really put into perspective that this team for me is definitely not to be trifled with. They're taking games off of BLG, off of AL, and series off of AL as well. These are our top teams. These are some of our top 4 teams that are already in the playoffs, have already got themselves 10 championship points secured. And WE are handing them losses on the Rift. This is a really exciting team that people should be getting excited for. And I think that it's just unfortunate that EDG have drawn into WE.
Yeah, it is a little unfortunate that they've gotten there. And I love that you pointed that out, because, while this didn't mean a whole lot for the side of, really in the grand scheme of things, actually, to move up or move down in the standings, one of the things that I think really showed up in that first game was that Monkey had very rough early pathing, and Tarzan didn't punish him. And guess what? Team WE were very much able to really easily win the game, I think. I think Monkey had such a profound impact, and we always say you must disrupt this guy early, and even if one of the better teams in the league does not do that, you will simply lose. We have a couple of moments, so I want to throw up the predictions that a lot of our other casters have had as we go ahead and take a look. I am very much on the side of 3-1 Team WE. You are as well, but who's that over there, over on EDG 3-0? Is that Rafa?
Serial EDG enjoyer, Mark Rafa Rambide, making himself known as the EDG stand, 3-0. We'll see if whether or not that ends up panning out for him. You know, I'm slightly leaning towards that not being the case. I think that there's a very telling point here that we can see nobody thinks that WE are going to 3-0. That's very, very important. I definitely think there will be at least one game, and I could be very easily convinced that the 3-2 will happen as well.
I agree.
That EDG could just take a couple of games away, and honestly that WE might throw themselves a game or two. But overall, I do expect them to come out on top of this series. The other side of this coin is, Yanni, maybe they're so used to being Game 3 merchants is that they'll just wipe this series in 3 games.
Well, in order to be a Game 3 merchant, that means you got to lose one of the games and you know, the best of threes. But now we're not in best of threes anymore. Yeah, exactly. So you might be onto something. Shout out our other EDG Stan K-Man over there, who champions Zhao Hao, his favorite player. So him and Rafa over there. And, you know, I love that you mentioned that you could think it's a 3-2, because I do too. Because if you take a look, you and I are on the right side of the 3-1. So we're leaned a little closer to the 3-2. You know?
Yeah, there's definitely a part of us that's like, maybe that could work out. We're in line with that.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's always going to be a toss-up, especially with the teams that are, you know, a little bit closer to the bottom. Let's call a spade and say what they are. But why I also think it could be a 3-2 is these teams are remarkably similar, right? You know, EDG, they feel like almost a more consistent version of Team WE, but they also play in Nirvana compared to Ascend, right? Both teams will play through their jungle and support cores, but the stability of the other roles is where like EDG shines. Like, I think we can confidently say here that EDG probably have the edge in the solo lanes.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, right, the idea that we're looking at Cube and Karis as our 2 leading members on the solo lanes for WE, it doesn't inspire confidence to you, but I would say that for EDG, the fact that they've got Angel, again, this really consistent mid laner, and ZDZ, who's been, I mean, we've got an emote in the chat for a reason, is somebody who can perform really, really well, but also can have some moments that aren't quite becoming of an LPL pro. So the mid lane, definitely I'm with you. The top lane, I think that Cube's been performing well. I don't think he's been performing amazingly. I don't think he's been performing awfully. He's just kind of been there and along for the ride, which for this WE team is kind of what they need. And for EDG, maybe it's just the same in the top side.
Yeah, I agree with that. The one thing that I find weird about the way WE plays with Cube is that you made a good mention that, like, you know, if as long as he's just there and like isn't losing you the game, it's good. But almost half of his matches this year, in Split 3, have been on Rumble and Yorick, right? Like, he's played 8 games of Rumble, 7 games of Yorick, with an 8-7 record overall. Those are very resource-intensive champions, and with a record like that in individual games, like, it's not terrible, but it's not really fantastic. And he's avoided some other champions, like Renekton and Mbessa, played them once each in Split 3. Like, it's such a weird dichotomy of what you would expect a top laner to be here in the LPL.
Yeah, and I mean, there are resources required for the, you know, the Rumble, the Yorick, but I think that Yorick typically, whilst he does require those resources, he's quite self-sufficient in getting them, so
this is true.
Can be in that side lane, doesn't necessarily demand as much from his team. And I think that Yorick is a champion that inspires your global play, where it inspires you to make macro plays happen, which is something that maybe WE have been lacking a little bit of. And when they've won games, their macros looked incredible. When they've lost games, though, it just looks like they are completely redundant, and that might seem like such a flimsy argument to make. But it really does come down to how much WE look to put into a game and how much their macro brains really are turned on. Because when they look to try and make those plays happen, they are very, very standout in making cross-map plays. When they forget about it, though, and when Cube's, playing off on sides, doesn't quite have the same level of push, it feels like he needs to constantly communicate that you can do something now, you can do something now, and then they can go. But it's about that communication for WE. It feels like that they just need to make sure that they're all on the same page of what it is that Cube in particular wants to do.
Yeah, while we did spotlight, the mid lane a little bit more, this top lane matchup, not without a little bit of intrigue. Cube and ZDZ split time in the LDL way back in 2019 on Unlimited Potential and Vichy Gaming Potential. So, we're getting another full circle moment, at least in the playoffs this time around. And we'll see if either of them are going to really be the large difference makers or if it's going to be the players we really expect. Now, we've touched on a lot of different roles, and the one role that we haven't really talked about is AD carry in this particular matchup, because it feels like a bit of, again, very samey in a sense, but Taeyun has been a little bit of a source of more criticism, especially his damage numbers compared to Split 2 and Split 3.
Yeah, like in Split number 2, this guy was WE's carry and kind of lived up to that mantle quite a little bit. And then in Split number 3, we've seen a detraction from that, where he's moved into still being a carry in certain games, but where we're relying on Monkey a lot more to make those plays happen. It's very rare that we see Taeyun be that standout stellar carry, even though it has happened a couple of times. But for On, almost, maybe not necessarily a different story, but I feel like he's just been a little bit more consistent. Not quite as high highs, but not nearly as low lows either. You know what you're getting from this player, and for EDG, I think that could be the difference maker in this series, where we're looking at, well, we've got this really volatile set of solo lanes that we maybe favor EDG for, but for WE, they've got this incredible jungle support duo. And then we're looking at those AD carries potentially to just be that difference maker to sort of teeter the scales in their favor. It depends which side of WE's AD carry that we get, because if we do get the high highs, we might be able to outperform On, but if it's ending up being on the lower end, the expectation probably is that we just have On staying the course, middle of the road, doing very, very well.
And there will be opportunities in the spot lane in the straight up 2v2s for either of these teams to take advantage. For as good as EDG have been, and as good as Perukia has been, On and Palkia have not been always on the same page, because On seems to just want to play the game a little bit differently, a little bit more methodically, whereas Palkia is always looking for like a snap engage or always looking to take advantage somewhere. And we kind of see that on the side of Team WE as well. We've seen them make miscues at times where Vampire's over-aggression can really ruin an early game for Taeyun, right? So I wonder if we'll see something along those lines in this series at least once.
I almost guarantee it, and then it's a case of, do the supports actually sort of have that same timing almost, where it kind of cancels out, where, okay, normally it's because an AD carry will step up in a 2v1 and then get punished for it, but what if both of the supports leave and then we just see AD carries farming against one another? And then that could lead into having this sort of double jungle almost, where you have to be fearful not just for jungle ganks, but for support ganks as well. They're so frequent that you'll just see supports hit level 3 and then abandon AD carries. Feels like these two supports are the kind of players that will do that. And if that happens to happen in the same frame, EDG, WE, both of them could be leaving their AD carries relatively alone, which might not necessarily be a bad thing.
And I love that you mentioned how similar they are, because we did talk about it a little bit earlier, but you breaking it down even further really makes me wonder, like, what's Alistar priority going to look like in this series? Are we going to see it? Because, it not only serves that engage, but it's great disengage, right? Like if you are, trying to stop an engage from coming in, you can go and shut down the other support pretty easily. And I think that is going to be an interesting chess match between these two supports.
Yeah, I mean, we're in best of fives now, right? And, we were blessed in Split 2 to get so many best of 5 fearless drafts.
Bless.
And now we get to see it maybe for the second time in Split number 3, where actually we're going to get to see these deep pockets. And we sort of established in Split number 2 that, well, when we look at champions that get banned away, supports and those engaged supports as well do run out at a certain stage. There are only so many engaged supports that you can get through. So we are going to need to see slightly deeper champion pools, and there is going to be a slight bit of, well, they're going to have to take Alistair for a game, or somebody's going to get Alistair for a game. Who is it that it's going to be? And if you can take that for yourself, then absolutely make sure that you can do, because we've seen so many solid performances from Perukia in particular on the Alistair that's standing out to me. Just being insane on this champion for all of its versatility.
Yeah, and both of these supports sharing these champ pools are also going to make a pretty profound impact in this series. You know, Nautilus has been Palkia's best champion so far. I think it's been one of the better ones for Vampire as well. I'd almost say it's a signature champion. But, you know, one of the other champions that is going to be maybe sniped away by EDG is a Poppy, which we know that Team WE has had no qualms about potentially flexing it. So, you know, you mentioned it. As we get later on in the series, these young supports are going to be tested greatly.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe something that comes with a little bit of youth and a little bit of exuberance, that as long as you're not coming out of this as a one-trick from solo queue or from wherever previous competitive background you've got, is that you've probably got quite deep pockets and like to test out these things in solo queue, in those less competitive environments, and that we have seen, you know, a couple of Pyke picks, a couple of Blitzcrank picks, the LPL not, you know, scared when it comes to these slightly off-the-wall supports that can still engage but can kind of fluctuate around the middle ground of a team fight, where you're not really engaged, you're not particularly tanky, and you just kind of do one thing really well. But these supports, again, could look to try and use those deep pockets for some off-the-wall engages as well.
Yeah, we have seen Vampire at least branch out a little bit, and we still haven't really seen that out of Palkia. He hasn't really had too many opportunities. You know, obviously just less games played over the course of the year, not just in Split 3, and obviously getting the max amount of games in, you know, Split 3 for, not the max amount, I should say, but getting as much games as Team WE did. That does test their pockets a little bit more. I think it does make them a little bit more well-prepared coming into a best of 5, because you've probably had times where it's like, okay, the main four, the big four supports are gone. Like, let's see what we're going to have Vampire pull out. You know, he's played the Renata to, you know, mixed results, but has had a couple of really solid games there. You know, Karma's not really his thing, but he's played it a couple of times. And at this point, you know, we're just in the draft waiting room here. That's me right now. I got my arms folded. I'm ready to go. I'm like, come on, man, let's start up the draft. I'm getting antsy here. All right.
Taeyun looking to get his Ezreal picked up. Oh, I've died. Well, we'll work that out. Okay. I'm going to pass to you. Okay, quick little flick.
No, you're good now. You're good now.
It's just what I do, you know?
Yeah, cut out for 1 second. I was like, uh-oh, here we go. But, you know, it would be, you know, if you want to take 5 minutes, it looks like, you know, we're still waiting right here. Yeah, we're still having a time for ourselves right now. I see a scrolling lower third about Karis. I don't know what it means. Can I be informed of what this means? I can't read. Okay, cool. There's an equipment problem for Karis. That explains the reason for the wait. He you know, he's got to I don't know what he's got to do. He's got to lock in, bro. Come on,
Yanni,
chop, pick it up, chop.
I'm gonna free you onto the people, and I'm gonna see if I can quickly make sure that my camera is super nice and super chill.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna disappear for a little second, and I'm gonna focus on that.
Oh no, you're leaving. And then you're leaving the people with me. This is, oh man,
they're in your hands now. Good luck.
Soldier. Oh no, I don't know what to do with all this responsibility, man. I'm so scared, man. I'm so worried, bro. You know. What's going on, everybody? How are we doing? You know, we've already talked so much about these teams that I'm staring at Twitch chat right now. So if you have something that you want to say that you think is going to get a reaction out of me that I can actually say on the broadcast, this is your time to rip it.
That I can say on the broadcast is crazy good.
Well, yeah, because, you know, I'm not just going to go out there and be like, oh, man, you know, let's go talk about absolutely everything. Let's see.
We're testing now, because I know that I'm a little bit off, so we want to make sure that we're all good.
Okay, excellent. Hopefully you'll be all good soon. Hopefully the teams are going to be all good soon. You know, we're waiting here. Now, one other thing in the case of the people versus... No, I've been found guilty by Mike Ross for some reason. If you've watched Suits, you're a ball knower. If you haven't watched Suits, you need to watch Suits. Suits is a great TV series.
Not the Micros finding me guilty. No.
Oh no, absolutely not, bro. No, 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 no. Yeah, talking about EDG a little bit more, where my votes went, because we did have an all Nirvana team. I know we haven't gotten all of those out yet and prettied up for the broadcast. You'll get it a little bit later down the line. I had Palkia as my support. I think he was just the most impactful support down there. I think I also voted for Xiao Hao. I think I did. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then I believe I also voted for Angel. I'm trying to really remember off the top of my head, but I threw these votes in and it promptly forgot about them.
That's 3 people, right? That you highlighted from EDG as being, these top tier players from Nirvana, and for a second seed as well. That kind of speaks to the power really that comes from NIP's side, I will say, just to sort of showcase how well it is that their single carry almost in the mid lane was able to perform, and that for me, I think that Doinby, especially in that game 5 last night, actually did very, very well to sort of rescue that game, because it did look pretty disastrous. What is happening? Hello.
Yeah, when you have to go the distance against FPX, now here's the thing, right? We talk about like, oh, FPX, bottom feeder team, one in whatever they went, right? But that's a bottom feeder team in Group Ascend when you've already condensed Group Ascend as best you can, right? You already cut NIP and you cut Thunder Talk going into Split 3. So now you're, remember, I've talked about this a lot. Before, you would play against the farm teams, and NIP and Thunder Talk were the farm teams. But then WE and FPX became the farm teams, and it's a testament that, like, they were not in Split 2 and then became in Split 3, and it's like, not really their fault. The level of the league just rose up, and all of a sudden, they were no longer standing with only their feet in the water. They were up to their necks. They were up against it on the Titanic, trying to keep themselves breathing for a little bit. I always recall that one episode of Pokemon where they're on the cruise ship and it gets sunk in the middle of the ocean.
I don't know that much Pokemon Ball.
Oh my god, no! The Pokemon anime was crazy. It was the first episode Gyarados was ever in. It was super sick.
I've not watched Titanic either, but I know from
pop
culture there was enough room on that driftwood for another person.
Yo, I'm with you.
That situation, there wasn't really enough space in the top 4 for other teams. It felt like, we've got our top 4 just barely, and this was with AL having like a really big hangover almost going into the split. So it's a tricky spot that WE found themselves in. Maybe they could have pushed for series up against Weibo and up against JDG, but WE still, I think that their power versus these Nirvana teams needs to obviously be shown in this series, but that for game number 1, if they can come out strong, come out swinging, my confidence will still be peaked.
I mean, at this point, they just have to come out for game number 1, right? Like we're still waiting.
Karis,
we're still in the Karis waiting room. Listen, Karis, please, brother, get it together. I am desperate. I have work in 5.5 hours, man.
Oh no.
I have my job ready. I've got my attendance notification all ready to submit, saying that I will be 30 minutes late or an hour late or something like that. No worries.
Very good, very good. I was saying
my job can wait. This is far more important. They should know.
Angle.
Oh, you dig the play-by-play angle?
At one stage I did do the play-by-play angle for the team, didn't I?
True. So, no, please do not delay the game 6 more hours, Kirby. This would be the absolute worst thing to happen. I do not want this. Please.
Yanni, this is a great time for us to do the good old chat about anything we want to kind of vibes.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about, brother?
And also, this is what I've learned from being tangentially related.
Okay, my most controversial food take is that ketchup is really, really overrated. I I used to really, really like ketchup a lot, but like now, like whenever I see even fries, I'm like, dude, there has to be something better that I want to put on these fries, right? I'm a big
Okay.
ranch guy. I'll even throw barbecue sauce on the fries. It's just like ketchup just don't do it for me anymore, man. Like I'm an old man. Like it's too much vinegar.
So I'll go one step further because
Okay, let's hear it.
I'm with you. Any condiment is wasted, is useless. I do not like any form of condiment
Whoa.
on my food. Now,
Okay,
there's a
okay. I
difference.
need you. Yeah, I need you
There's a
to
difference between a
explain.
condiment and a sauce. They're two very different things.
Oh,
You
okay.
want to
All
cook me
right.
some? You want to cook me some pasta in a nice sauce?
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
there
yeah,
with
yeah.
it. But if you want to, have some fries and you put some ketchup over it, I'm missing that immediately. I'm
So you're not a
dodging.
ranch lover.
No, get rid. Gone.
Okay. All right. So we do
No
need to
mayo.
preface this. Rude dude, where are you from again?
I'm from the great UK.
All right. So we just need to make that clear. This man is from the UK. Please take that into account when measuring his food takes. I
What do
want
you
you to know
mean?
that.
Beans on
I
toast
want
is
you to know.
great.
I want you to know that I get TikToks sometimes about
Uh-huh.
joking about bland British food, and I want you to know that every time I get them, I send them to Slayer, Grapes, and Rafa, and I say
Yeah.
"rude dude moment."
Rude dude moment. Crazy.
No,
Honestly,
from
my
what I've
food
gathered,
opinions
your food
are
takes,
awful.
your food takes are good. Like you
Mm.
know, and the food that you like to make is pretty good. So like,
I do make good food. Now, this is not a good sign, Yanni. They've just gone back to the analyst
oh
desk.
no, bro, no, this is an awful sign.
this is disaster.
Oh no. All right.
Okay, everyone.
Well,
I think we're
because
gonna
of
do you
this,
all a favor.
yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take it to a little bit of a break, and when we return, we'll hopefully be ready for the game one draft between Team WE and EDG. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. tentatively hoping that things are resolved, but we're not quite
guessing.
sure yet. We're taking an educated guess here, seeing that scrolling bar is no longer there. So at this point, we are just waiting to get into the draft. Listen, I think we've talked about everything to talk about.
For the majority of people, right? I know that this is an English broadcast. Thankfully, our producer Kelsey, speaking Chinese, was able to translate the scroll bar for us on the bottom.
Let's go!
And we got the information that they were replacing a mouse from outside of the arena. So somewhere, somebody was running around the local stores, getting Karis a mouse or a keyboard, and we don't know which, but somebody was sprinting around and making sure that everybody had spares ready to go, because it said outside of the arena. But we're in draft, Yanni. Let's take it away.
Yep, we already see EDG. A wise ban already. The Skarner going to be taken away from Monkey. It has been the ace pick for him all year, especially in Split 3. Almost an auto win. We touched on the Poppy earlier. We are going to see Team WE lock in that first pick Rumble, so we're going to give the ball once again to Q.
Okay, so again, we talked about the most played champions for WE. It is this Rumble, and it is the Yorick that we expect to see probably a little bit later on in the series. Let's just give Gwen over. Looking in terms of those mid laners as well, Talia is something that is still open. We can maybe see a Talia Orianna trade coming through for these teams. First pick of the majority of our junglers as well, still available for EDG if they want to, and they've taken the Xin Zhao here to make sure that they've got that early aggression and that Xiao Hao can at the very least attempt to disrupt Monkey.
Interesting if they elect to go for this a little earlier. Okay, so we're going to lock in the Nico here. This is either going to mean that we're assuming that it's going to go support, but this will mean that you'll either miss out on your choice of mid laner or top laner. Yunara will be the lock-in. We've seen Taeyun already do some crazy things on this champion.
Yeah, this is a pick that he's piloted a couple of times. We've seen him take a couple of victories on it as well. But this is the answer that we so frequently see come from bot lanes. When Yunara gets picked, Kai'Sa will get picked into it. Just as an answer so far. I mean, both AD carries with relatively short range that need a little bit more time to get the ball rolling, and Kai'Sa almost one of the really, really weak AD carries in the early game, that is. So when you can give her a little bit of free time to try to roam and try to scale up into that mid game, into that 2-3 item spike, you can have really, really strong impact on this champion, and you get that time with Yunara needing it as well. This does mean in the second phase for WE and for EDG that there are going to be some significant pinches. That jungle role we expect to see pinched by EDG, so your Wukongs, maybe even your Jarvans could get taken off the board. Vi as well, something that could rise in priority for these two teams. The Pantheon, something that we completely forgot about, but gets taken off the board as well. And then as WE looking to take away probably those top laners, so the Gwen might get taken off the board, and Ambessa that we frequently see answer the Rumble could be removed as well.
I wonder if we'll also see a Talia get banned from WE just to break up the strong combo with the Xin Zhao. Obviously, EDG a little bit more of a dive-centric composition, so they might just say, hey, you know what, you can have that. What I find really interesting is I wonder if EDG are going to ban a Wukong or a Vi or something like that, because Monkey has not won a game on these champions all year long. They will ban the Wukong, still respecting it anyway.
Yeah, so taking away that champion and really making sure that we are sort of pigeonholed Monkey into almost a lower tier of junglers. I know that Vi completely fell out of the meta in terms of the first game priority, but it does mean that, we could see it end up being picked up here by Monkey. The Ambassador, the other answer to the Rumble, does get taken off the board. It means, like you say, that Talia is open. We probably want one of those AD bridging junglers for WE as well, so that Vi, that Jarvan could be a possibility, though I don't really like it when I see Kai'Sa on the other side. But EDG here, they've got their free reign, really, of mid laners. Both of these teams completely foregoing mid in the bans in that second phase. And it looks like they're just going to look to try and save counter pick for Angel, actually. So we've got the Talia Orianna side of things. If both of these teams want to take that trade, it's about really taking the Talia. Means that the enemy gets Orianna, which is fine. We've got Aurora still open as well, as we can see. But taking these control mages can be a little bit risky, because it then might open you up to getting that Fabled Akali pick. Yeah,
and that Akali pick would go really hard here for EDG, just because of all the diving that they want to do. We saw them hover Galio for a minute as well. I think that would be quite a good shout. We could see the tried and true combo of Aurora Nocturne, not as strong as it was at Worlds last year, but still damn strong in its own right. Being able to cause a lot of confusion for EDG's dive comp would be quite a big feather in the cap for that paranoia.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind it, to be honest. And honestly, the Vi Rumble combo, we've seen it again at a very frequent amount of times where you just use cease and desist, you drop the equalizer on top of it, and it's a good 3 seconds of CC where they are burned and where they're destined to be cooking on that equalizer. We imagine in a late game team fight situation, WE have already got themselves a very solid 5 versus 5. You've got the ability to pick off one target, and you've got the ability to take small fights in those short skirmishes as well when you hit that level 6 marker. So WE looking pretty good with their composition. EDG as well, though. They have got this very solid dive style of comp where we've got 3, maybe 4 members that all want to go diving into that backline, and maybe just Angel feeling a little bit out in the lurch almost on this rise where he doesn't get the opportunity to dive in unless he's realm warping, but even still, not necessarily the best dive champ in its own right. But EDG have got their own identity, WE as well, both teams that want to team fight and just look to do slightly different things with them.
I must say I'm a little disappointed in the Rise pick for Angel. I think that Orianna he was hovering would have been a solid fit, because now you can say, okay, you've got Ori and Nico, but going in with this Rise, I am interested to see if we're going to deliver Palkia to the backline with a potential large Pop Blossom. Who knows? You'll get WE at least once with that potentially, because once it happens once, they will avoid it like the plague for the rest of the game. I hope that happens.
And you can as well, kind of. I'm not sure if this works still, but do you remember Rise Nunu?
Yes,
where you would channel that. You might be able to do the same thing with Nico, and then yes, there's a much shorter buffer.
That's what I'm thinking.
But you just realm warp right in the middle of the team fight. Nico's preparing the ulti previously, and then if people try and stick around on top of it, then hey, you kind of go a little bit crazy with it. There's a definite world where we get to see some interesting interactions between the realm warp, and I think that's what separates the good Rise players from the great ones, is getting that unique realm warp situation where actually if we're set up around an objective, if I can create a flank using realm warp, I think that's such an underutilized tool by teams, where you can just sort of be posturing one side of the river and the other. You just realm warp your backline access to the backline, and all of a sudden the fight just becomes a lot easier, maybe a little bit freer to try to take as well. Hoping that we can, see for these two teams their compositions be executed upon, where we've got one side that just looks to kind of 5v5 death ball style, where the other is looking to dive very heavily and make this Yunara's life miserable.
Yeah, I must say, I like what EDG is putting together here a little bit more than what Team WE is putting together. I don't think the Aurora and the Vi are a particularly strong mid-jungle duo. I would think that Xin and Rise might get the better of that a little bit, even though Rise is a little bit weaker in the early game. But I love the shout of just EDG getting backline access without having to expend a lot of their resources with the Rise, because, as you said, you make it really, really easy. Now you have all these resources to be able to continue a fight, or maybe take a creative angle to break it up and cause a fight win, a little cheeky 2-for-0 or something like that, and get out.
Yeah, and I think that when those short order trades do come through, it's about how well they get executed on, and how well these two teams can pivot, not really, but like make sure that they can extend that advantage as well. I mean, we highlighted coming into this series, Yanni, we did a lot of talking in the pre-show, but that it was going to be largely about our junglers and our supports here, and that both of these teams have actually got really good jungle support pairings, and that they've actually looked really solid through this split. I mean, we look at the junglers that have been taken here, again, very active, very early on champions with Xin Zhao and Vi. From level 2, level 3 onwards, you can be making plays. This is going to be, again, a series about disrupting Monkey. WE's success has so frequently come from the jungler on their side. If Xiao Hao can use this Xin Zhao and make some really big plays on the early game Xin Zhao champion, we would like to see that, and we can very well expect that WE will feel a little bit off-put by that, and maybe a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah, and wherever this Nico and Kaisa go, there will be opportunities for Xiao Hao to get in Monkey's jungle if he's clearing on that side, right? You really need to protect Vi and have pushing lanes. That's how you protector so well. And, you know, the mid lane could be a little moot. Perhaps Karis would have opportunities for first move a little earlier on. But this bot lane is going to be the big crux. And if you can keep Vampire contained early with this poke, make sure that he either has to abandon Taeyun or isn't really doing anything on his own early on. That's a one big key to keeping WE off balance. And then, of course, they just have to get the invades off.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the laning phase as well, right? Neeko's such a powerful champion, just being able to poke out with the Arcane Comet as well. It's expected that there's a very real world where the Neeko can handle the Rel early on, where you are actually feeling in a pretty good position, and the Kai'Sa can get pushed to that late game quite quickly, quite easily, and quite safely, most importantly. So I do quite like the bot lane pairing that EDG have been able to find for themselves. As again, to highlight the elephant in the room, we've done the draft, we're waiting for 5 minutes, and at this stage we've got no scrolly thing to tell us why.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're taking a suspiciously long time to get into the game room.
We're back to the shops. Quick, go.
Yeah, oh man, I just see the flippants. They're like, man, I'm so over this. I just want to go play League of Legends, man. This is me when I'm not playing League of Legends. I just want to go play League of Legends.
You just stood at work.
Yeah, you know. Unfortunate, right? But I get hour-long lunch breaks now, so maybe I could sneak in a game on my lunch break. We'll see.
Okay.
It's so risky, though. You know that's you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna get the 50-minute banger, right? That's exactly
you really
how
are.
That's
exactly
you're
how 70 minutes in, 10 minutes late back from work. Hey guys, sorry, traffic was really bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh man. Ooh, we start dabbing the sweat and everything like that. Now, one thing that we touched on earlier in the draft, but didn't really hammer home too much because the Wukong was banned. Is I also mentioned there's a couple other champions that Monkey is winless on, Vi being one of them. He's 0-5 on Vi this year. So this is a hell of a time to decide, yes, we must get our first win on Vi here in Game 1 of this best of 5 to determine whether or not we're actually going to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, and again, we can... I think we're going to wait until we get into game before we actually fully reset our expectations and kind of go back through what we were hoping for both of these two teams. But for WE, obviously getting a 0-5 champion in your first time out in the first game of this series doesn't look too great. As Yanni, players were looking a little bit more locked in. Things are happening on our screens. Maybe we've got a game.
Let's go! Now, I'm going to jinx it. How many pauses do you think we're going to get?
Net zero pauses today. Yeah.
Hopefully so. But we've made it. We're on Summoner's Rift here. Game 1 of this best of 5 series. EDG and Team WE coming at you.
All right. Well, we got some Gyos, Yanni, and honestly, if after 45 minutes the crowd are a little less enthused, I can understand that. Yeah, I'm a little bit. I'm understanding of this almost.
Somebody's got 6th Sense. Oh, nice. Okay, so we've spotted out that ward. Now, I am curious, Rudu, what do you think about these early jungle pathings? Because Vi, a champion that can make an impact, but is one of those ones that really wants to farm up until 6, whereas Xiao Hao on the Xin Zhao, can eschew a couple of camps to try to put some pressure down.
Yeah, it's all about really these junglers for the early game, as we'd highlighted a little bit earlier on, that if they want to go for these plays nice and early, they're open to both junglers. It's just a little more favoured for Xiao Hao, and that when you look at these two teams, we've highlighted so frequently that for WE's downfall, it's when Monkey is not really feeling too hot, when he's the one who's been put behind, and that's maybe something that a Xin Zhao can do early on, especially with the ability to take these trades on the Xin Zhao nice and early. But I do want to remind everybody of the stakes of this series, Yanni, as we are finally in game for game number 1. Obviously, this is the play-in stage for the LPL. This is to get a position in top 8. For EDG, they've so far received 0 championship points through 2025. And their route to Worlds is not going to be easy, but it starts here with a series win versus WE to keep themselves still in contention. For WE, though, even if they lose this series, there is a very, very small chance that they can run the gauntlet and make it to Worlds. Obviously, for EDG, they would need an insane amount of championship points through this whole play-in bracket and playoff bracket to get a sniff at the gauntlet.
Yeah, it's a Yeah, a must-win match versus a you really should win match. And here we go. We're going to finally see some action here. Palkia trying to do some blocking of this Vaiku as On has taken the rough end of things. He's forced to flash away. Now he's going to get slowed up as Taeyun and Monkey are in hot pursuit. Vampire getting very low. Xiao Hao here trying to cover and getting engaged on Monkey. Wind becomes lightning and the flash gets the kill. First blood for EDG, but that's not going to come without consequence as WE are able to flip it on its head, making a 2-for-1 for now. Monkey going to get the shield. Taeyun flashing forward. And Team WE are going to claim the feat of warfare 3 minutes in.
And it's a very big fight on the bot side. It's this Yunara, a champion that needs time to scale, who gets 2 kills early on, managing to probably go back to base, pick up a really good early buy, and have a very, very good outlook on the rest of this game. Starts with this early gank, and it's all about the fact that Vi's here first, that Monkey forgoes those topside camps, makes his move down onto the bot side. On here with a flash to buy space, and it looks like he's going to be able to get out to safety. A good route from Paruk here actually keeps On, nice and safe. And then honestly turning back around here, it is really scary as the Kai'Sa, and it does cost him. We know that there's still flash on Yunara, we know there's still flash on Vi, and even with the barrier, there's not enough HP for you to deal with. Do you think that Parukia here, if he doesn't flash this big wall, it is sort of wasting his flash to walk down like that? Taeyun able to flash to follow and find much more damage back in the side of him. And a very, very good base like we talked about here. Big pickup early on for Taeyun. Getting that Hearthbound Axe means he's going to be nice and safe, nice and ready to build toward that Kraken.
I love that you shouted out the really creative pathing. So we're going to see a little bit more here. A potential play onto Angel. He's going to take quite a bit of damage and be forced off. But if you want to learn how to path like Monkey in your own solo queue games, you can take the opportunity to learn directly from pros themselves by using prodiff. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session over at prodiff.gg. You'll be able to work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, the ERLs, or even the LTA, who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg using code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and help support the LPL English broadcast.
And I'm so glad you used Monkey in that intro, Yanni, because it was really all about him through the early game. We highlighted this in the draft, that this series is going to live and die by how well these jungle and support duos can link up, and how well it is that Monkey makes that move early on. We were talking about the fact that he needs to be the player who is either disrupted or will run the game. And in game number 1, he found that early gank, he found that early lead, and it came off of some atypical pathing, right? We so frequently see from junglers a move into a full clear and then maybe a gank afterwards. But Monkey this time round did his blue-red Krugs and then immediately into the bot lane. He got level 3, made his move down to the bot side and made his impact felt as well. With a very, very good gank early on. Now even looking to move in as a potential 3-man core to disrupt Xiao Hao on his clear.
Yeah, really a ballsy move by Monkey. We can't really stress that enough because we talked about so much of needing to be stable out of your jungle, and now we're going to try to see them make a play onto Angel. He is level 6, so we'll see if he's able to find a way out without flash, but no, he will have to burn it, so another successful play over in the mid lane.
Now a Rise with no flash, a Vi who's about to hit level 6. That spells a little bit of disaster for Angel in the mid lane. Obviously, we came into today and we highlighted his KDA in particular through the regular season was 10.3. So this guy does not die very often. And if he does, he's getting a boatload of kills and assists in tandem with it. So I'd expect to see now a lot of safety put around this mid lane by EDG. We can already see double wards covering his bot side, so we know that there's no entrance for Monkey down in that bot lane. And actually, with a good push on the bot side, EDG, and despite that early loss, are able to take this first dragon. Got Grub spawning in a minute's time, so likelihood is that WE will trade for those in a little bit's time here. But a good early opener for EDG down on that bot side, despite the issues they found themselves in.
Yeah, we'll see if EDG wants a piece of Team WE. If I'm them, I'm saying hell no. I don't want to go anywhere near Taeyun right now. We now see that Monkey is at level 6. He's going to go take a recall here, and his flash is also going to be up. So it's big play time for the Team WE jungler, who has been such a large crux in the success of this team. As you mentioned, Grub is going to be the next site of any potential fight. Xiao Hao already up on the top side. We are going to see On and Palkia take their backs and head to the bottom side here, so it doesn't appear EDG has any interest in contesting these Grubs.
No early swaps coming through, really, from either side, though. That early push, though, the fact that Taeyun and Vampire are able to find the first recall does mean that they can push in that next wave, move up through the river, and at the very least threaten that they will look for these grubs, and most likely is that Vampire will stick around Taeyun, probably going to curve back down to this bot lane. But it's a really good look for WE through this early game. Again, a team that, as you sort of talked about, a team that should really win this series, and a team that I think have been much better than a 7th seed from Group Ascend, up against EDG, who honestly, again, excited us through the early season, and didn't really fall off too bad. They ended the season nice and strong. They ended 8-2, had a very, very good look. But a team that could potentially have taken series up against some of our better you know, Ascend rivals, but up against WE, I do think they've drawn a little bit of a short straw. And, you know, even in game number 1, they're finding that it's a little bit hard just for the time being, as you get confirmation that those grubs have been taken down. 4 people on this bot side for EDG, and they could be looking to try and punish the Yunara.
Well, Karis is going to walk in blind and take a bit of a rough trade, although Monkey is on the way. And Team WE want to pursue this. They're looking to really close the walls in on EDG here. Good route coming out onto Vampire. Heal's already getting burnt, and here we go. We're going all in, baby. Taeyun off on the side, well protected. Not a whole lot of mana as Monkey face tanking a whole lot. He'll be able to get out without too much of an issue. Karis will burst out Palkia.
And that's a really big pick there for Karis. Just in a little scuffle almost, where teams are firing around, dancing, and it's WE that come out on top of the skirmish. Perukia sticks around just a little bit too long, gets hit by an electrocute proc that maybe wasn't expecting, and the burst from the Aurora nice and early. You can see this is, you know, this isn't a vegan build that we've got from the Aurora early doors. We've got some AP in there, a Dark Seal as well, and it's a really good spot for Karis to be in. One of our players who we highlighted from WE side, we might expect to be a little bit outclassed, outmatched in this 1v1.
Yeah, and Angel's gonna have to take a long time to scale up. We see Rise do it all the time. Got the Catalyst, got the tier. It means you don't have a lick of damage. You are at least gonna be a little tanky, but given the fact of EDG being on the back foot so early on in this game, you have to worry for Angel's chances if you're an EDG fan to be able to scale into this game.
Yeah, and I think that scaling is a really big proponent of this EDG composition. You got Kai'Sa, who loves getting to 5-6 items. You got Rise, loves getting there as well. And then Ornn as well. When those levels start to ding through, gives you the upgrades, give you the ornaments to do that. Then Nico engage later on as well. Very, very easy to land and quite difficult to try to play around, and can have such a high impact. All that to contrast with the fact that WE scaling is based exclusively in Taeyun. This Yunara is the part of the map where we will expect to see WE play towards as this game gets later. Already started out with this Kraken Slayer, is very, very ahead of the curve, as you can see, with a 600 gold lead in just his matchup individually. It's worth mentioning that Ornn here has got just 3 more waves, really, until his cull pops, and he'll be able to maybe get back to parity with the Yunara. But for the time being, you know, with Drake spawning in a minute, with the movements around the map, and still 3 minutes left before those plates fall, this is a good chance for WE to make plays happen.
Yeah, we're going all in onto Palkia, forcing the flash out, so it's going to be a little bit harder, but he wants it with his Pop Blossom. He's going to land onto 3 members, and Team WE have bit off a bit more than they can chew. Vampire able to hop away. Taeyun, though, is ascended, looking to get as much damage as he can. Xiao Hao for the secondary engage. They find Vampire. Taeyun's got a split. So does Karis. A 2-for-1 for right now, but Angel not giving it up with the flash forward, looking for more. Won't be able to find it.
And it's very, very close here, but EDG come out on top. WE extend just a little too far forward on the Realm Warp. Actually, the big difference maker there. Able to turn this fight into a 4 versus 3 in the jungle before the Aurora can find their way into the skirmish. As EDG collapse, they punish. They get a bit of a shutdown there as well. Gets some gold onto the Kai'Sa. Get some gold into the back pockets of those carries that really, really matter. It's a good little pickup.
Did find his 3rd kill in that fight. Is worth noting. As you mentioned, now on parity, he does have both summoners for any potential fight. With this dragon being up, I imagine Team WE are still likely to lick their wounds a little bit here. Monkey's ultimate down, no flash either. It seems like it's going to be tough conditions.
Yeah, the ulti's being missing. Honestly, on both sides, doesn't make it too easy, but we did get to see there from Palkia a great use of the Pop Blossom. Got 3 members caught up, and you can see the power that this does have. do think that without those ultis, it's probably EDG who feel a little bit worse for wear, as Palkia here, quick face check, has to burn summon a heal to get out, but WWE have started up this dragon here, and look who's here, the top laners have come to party.
Yeah, ready to make an impact. Call the Forge God along with Equalizer, and here's Vampire getting bursted out. Backside is secured by Xiao Hao. Stolen away, and EDG looking for the chase down. They're not going to be able to find anything more onto Team WE, but it is a 2-for-0 plus the dragon.
Yeah, WE standing for woeful errors there in that team fight as an absolutely awful team fight takes place. They lose out on 2, they lose the dragon as well, and nothing comes to bear. Now EDG with 2 Drakes to 0, looking to bear down on Chorus and Monkey in this bot side jungle as well. Not able to find too much just yet, but On moved into that mid lane, is able to find some plating gold alongside ZDZ. And EDG almost turning this game back into their favour again. They have the scaling as this game gets later with the Rise and the Kai'Sa to be able to do good work. And this fight just engaged by EDG. Xiao Hao gets straight on top of Taeyun. That large DPS carry that we talked about. Look at the damage that Taeyun's able to do in this fight. He's hitting the dragon. Smite secured by Xiao Hao as Karis looked for the Smite auto attack combo, but didn't quite have the timing of both of them down. And without your Yunara being able to do any damage, it's completely understandable that WE would lose that fight.
And now EDG are up gold. On is up 500 gold on Taeyun right now. That is a big concern. This early lead hasn't been converted super well. We see Cube teleporting and is just barely going to escape.
They are diving.
Now we're going to see a 5-man dive. They're throwing everything and the kitchen sink and the rest of the appliances too. And they're going to take first turn as well.
Yeah, but what do they lose on the rest of the map here? Likelihood is that the mid lane turret might drop as well. Top lane is very healthy, so they might not be able to take that in exchange. But with 5 people down on that bot side, they're able to clear that wave very quickly. And actually, it looks like between Taeyun and Cube, they're looking to put some damage down on that tier 2 turret as well. I really favour this for EDG, I'm going to be honest. Your Ornn getting killed doesn't really mean too much. He's going to be an Ornn in the late game anyway, and getting a solo turret on your Kai'Sa, for me, that's much, much better for EDG.
Yeah, they split so much gold amongst that. The saving grace is that Taeyun did pick up kill number 4. Again, we're just really watching for Team WE to be able to convert this later on, given the fact that they kind of bungled the early game a little bit with this early lead that they had. But now you're going to have to go band for band with a late game Rise and a late game Kai'Sa, which could make itself very difficult. We do have a Rift Herald up, ready for consumption for whichever team really wants it. Monkey's got to shake off the failed secure of the dragon and try to lead Team WE.
Looking at that Rift Herald on the top side, it's WE who have started it up. I don't know that they'll be able to get this though, as we've still got ultis available across the map for EDG, and yeah, they're going to walk in, they're going to contest, and honestly probably force WE away from this. There's been some good chip damage put down by the Herald. Vampire's half HP, Monkey's taken a decent proportion of his health as well. And especially with no mid-tier 1 to fall back to, EDG playing this mid wave very well. All they need to do is walk in, push that wave, and now that's an entire wave of experience that WE are going to miss, because that's another mid wave lost.
Yeah, they are playing things really, really well, Rude. And it looks like Team WE are going to commit for this Rift Herald. It's not really that low. It's only at 6,000 HP. It is starting to drop a little bit. Palkia's got Flash Pop Blossom.
Oh,
and
shit.
He finds 3 members. Backline on, causing chaos. But Cube is running everybody over. He was in the danger zone. He's not anymore. Flashing forward with Karis, but Xiao Hao's healing. It's too much to deal with. Angel will run down Karis, root him up, and take him out. And it's another EDG victory.
4 for 3 overall, but look at the standing members for EDG. Jungle and mid lane, they can take this objective. No harm, no foul. Whereas for WE, they lost Taeyun immediately. Look at this engage, and once again, it's Palkia who finds that backline access. Yes, Taeyun cleanses really, really quickly, but the Kai'Sa's there, the Ornn's there, there's just too much damage, and for EDG, their game plan has been simple. It has been take down Yunara, win fight, and that has been how they've been going out with this, and they did such a good job at engaging that fight. Again, coming up from Palkia, the player that we mentioned. This is your step up now. This is your chance. You've not had these stage games versus the Group Ascend supports, versus the Group Ascend teams. Are you still going to have that same agency? And in this game, Yanni, so far, so good.
It's only game one, but that star is starting to shine just a bit. And we're going to do it all again in 15 seconds. This is sole point for EDG to put them on 3 dragons. So we'll see if Team WE are going to look for yet another fight. They have been a team that is known to just take whatever fight they find. They have not really met a fight they ever hated. And it looks like they're ready to go too.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to keep trying to battle their way through this here as we've got some good items coming through on the flip side, right? We've got some good pen from Karis and Andre's picked up as well. You really want to take these fights, especially before it gets too much worse as well.
Oh wait, Monkey's been
spotted. The Rise are going to scale.
Yeah, he's been spotted on the backside, so it's going to fade EDG toward him. It's going to let Vampire and Karis try to get in. Monkey is going so deep, looking for On, but he's all alone. Pop Blossom is not going to do a damn thing. But that equalizer combined with Karis takes out Palkia. Man advantage for WE.
And when EDG can't find those engages, they fumble. They aren't able to get access to Yunara. It means that these fights are so much more difficult. Now, with a 5 versus 4 on the map, WE didn't even start it up. They're looking for the tier 1 mid lane, but also looking to try to take this dragon as well. Palkia's going to be up in 4 seconds, Yanni. Rift Herald's down in the bot side, and EDG, they're just running the map at the minute.
Yeah, and this Rift Herald is making a beeline back toward this dragon. Team WE are going to go try to shove down mid here. Going to try to make a play on Angel. They're not going to have it, but they are going to siege and take out the mid-tier 1 turret. Dragon still... Wait, no, they can't. Hold on. The Touch of the Void might take it out, but we don't really care about that because this dragon, the 3rd dragon, is secured for EDG. That turret is still standing for them in the mid lane.
An Angel with a really clutch play there, realm warping into the mid lane to clear out that wave, defending the tier 1 turret. They effectively lose nothing. EDG lost the fight, they lost their support, but looking at what came after that, EDG took bot tier 1 with the Rift Herald, they defended their own mid tier 1, and they took the dragon, pushing themselves to sole point. Yes, WE may have won the fight, but they absolutely lost out in the back end of it. The objective trades did not go their way. WE can feel maybe a little bit silly about how they navigated that. They were caught in 2 minds. Did they want the dragon? Did they want the mid-tier 1? Did they want to defend bot lane? And in the end, they did none of them.
Otacon has now spawned. It has been a throw magnet for many teams in the LPL in Split 3, much like it was all the way back in Split 1. If you can remember, we saw so many ill-advised fights. We have seen more, and usually the Otacon fight's going to be the big differentiator, and whoever's going to secure it, I imagine, will have a large leg up here in Game 1.
Taeyun pushes in this mid wave, and it's just 1 minion hit, so that tier 1 will fall in the mid lane. Finally, a little bit of a reprieve for WE, a little bit of gold being picked up by them, but looking at these items, and for On, he's very, very close to Terminus here as that 3rd item, so going very heavily into this auto-attack style and being able to DPS down that front line, not necessarily looking toward the poke. Instead deciding he needs to be the physical damage threat for his team. And then we look on the flip side, Taeyun, nowhere near his 3rd item. Whatever it may be, we'd like to think it's an Infinity Edge, but it may end up having to be one of the last Whisper items to try and cut through ZDZ at this stage. It's looking very good for EDG. Their scaling components are getting there as Angel now under fire.
Yeah, he's going to flash away. The Vampire's going to try to run him down.
Phase rush.
On is on the way. Angel, yeah, that phase rush, you mentioned it. It's going to give him enough movement speed to get out. Now EDG are going to look for the turn. ZDZ has shown up. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It's going to land flush onto Karis. He's going to go between worlds all the way to the back line, but that world will be death. And now Taeyun has been caught. The Pop Blossom's not going to hit anybody because he's already dead.
Round warp
For the rest of them, trying to turn it around. Xiao Hao still alive, but will finally fall. But On and the rest of EDG will clean up the fight. That is an ace, and that is Otacon.
That's a 5-for-1 for EDG. A fight that was engaged by WE turns on their heads immediately, as it is Edward Gaming more than happy to take that fight, find themselves the Otacon as well. And Angel, once again, their mid laner that stands firm. He's the person who gets initially engaged on, takes this slightly risky pathing, but creates so much space. How does Vampire get in to do CC? How does Karis get in to do damage? When he's so far away, it's a great flash over the wall to buy some sort of terrain. And he's sucked WE so far in that Karis has no chance of getting out. ZDZ can come in and do all the work that he needs to. And then, importantly there, a very good route prevents the Aurora from being able to put down that big burst from the E that comes out. A nice realm warp finishes off this fight, and WE really had nowhere to go after this. But on picking up a couple kills, Angel standing tall. It's again these scaling aspects from EDG that just keep getting gold.
A large underlying theme for Team WE is that because of all the pressure that Monkey has had on his shoulders this season, he has made a few critical mistakes that have costed Team WE games, and that feels like one of them. It feels like this entire game has really hinged on his decision-making, and he has struggled in that department, and you really saw it right there for that play. And now EDG with a near 4,000 gold lead, with the entire world in their hands, a Fed Rise, a Fed Kaisa, with Ornn items to boot. It is a mountain for WE to climb.
Let's just take a quick look as well. Ornn has 100% kill participation. Nobody else on his team does. When have we ever seen this in a competitive game, and especially in the LPL, where it's the AD carry being mobile, being on the map, being a part of everything? You know, even in these big team fights, he's able to dish out so much damage and do it to so many people as well. Now has that Terminus finished and has been able to pump out damage, has caught up and vastly exceeded Taeyun in a game where it looks like that was going to be anything but the case, as the Yunara got a really good boost early on in this match. Now with 10 seconds on the Dragon, 10 seconds on the Soul for EDG. It's on WE to try and make a play, to try and stop this from happening. See if they can get access to Angel, to Ornn, and take them down.
This Dragon has been started up. Karis has been spotted on the backside here, just trying to get whatever damage he can. Taeyun is on the way. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It's going to land onto Monkey, onto the Rumble as well. Here comes the Pop Blossom, and they find the jungler. They secure the Soul, and EDG are ready to party. Palkia is taking a lot of damage. Taeyun trying to do what he can. He's still alive. He finds the jungler. He's trying so hard to drag WE across the finish line, but he
Angel
just
triple.
can't do it. Vampire will be run down. He is on his horse and he will escape, but EDG get the real prize. They get that Soul.
And if they weren't so far behind, maybe WE could have won that fight. But EDG are able to wallet check them. Angel's able to once again stand up and take down WE. A triple kill for the Rise in that fight, and it never really looked like he was going to get touched. A nice re-engage from Vampire wasn't enough to turn the tides of this fight, and we'll get to see it once again. It's Monkey, unfortunately, gets bounced around in this team fight, knocked up, brittle procced, knee code, dead. No impact from Monkey in this fight whatsoever. Look at this engage from Vampire though. We get Realm Warp on, and the Equalizer rather, on top of the Magnet Storm. Ornn does fall. Karis is able to do some really good damage, and Taeyun again gets that DPS out. But it's that Realm Warp from Angel that just slightly repositions him, just slightly gives him a different angle. A greatly timed stasis as he goes golden to dodge out the burst from the Aurora. He keeps himself safe, he keeps himself alive, and 8-0-2 on this Rise, Yanni. He continues to perform.
Simply put, in this game, Rudude, the battery of Angel and Ornn have been just a bit better than Karis and Taeyun. That has been a large difference maker in these fights. Vampire in a little bit of trouble as he's trying to fight for whatever vision he can get to make sure that Team WE is aware when EDG tries to start this Baron. It's just one last avenue for them to try to find a way in a game where Mountain Soul is draped over the shoulders of EDG. It is going to be difficult, but it is not impossible.
Not by any means. Taeyun again, this Yunara, a champion that does scale so incredibly well into the late game. If by some miracle WE can make it there, there's a world that they can rely on Taeyun to be that carry. Monkey thought he was forced away. EDG now sniffing. They may find access.
He's going for On. The exhaust is out. Here's the Pop Blossom. Splits up the fight. Big knockup from ZDZ. And it's Taeyun and On trading blows over on the side. But it's too much for Taeyun to handle. Monkey's got to get out. And Angel... Oh, he almost faked them out, but Monkey is on the wrong side of the tracks as EDG convincingly win this fight and pings onto the Baron.
Yeah, they don't need the Vi to go down. They know that if she sniffs around, she's just going to die on this trade. But the Kai'Sa on with a brilliant stasis, baits in Monkey, makes WE think for just a second that the Kai'Sa might fall. But with a Killer Instinct to reposition, with a going golden, keeps EDG alive, keeps On alive, keeps the Baron in their back pocket. We'll get a replay of this Monkey. Heat-seeking missile onto the Kai'Sa. Exhaust goes down. The knockup comes through, but the CC's just not there. Vampire turns his attention to the clump instead of focusing on. And as soon as he comes out of going golden, he turns tail and rips through Taeyun, rips through EDG. All the while again, Angel on the backside. Absolutely fine, unchecked. No problems for this Rise. As now with Baron, Soul, Ornn, the scaling of this EDG composition, all at their backs. It feels really tricky to see a world where WE can claw their way back into this game.
It is time for EDG to close this one out, and looking to leave a Monkey winless on this Vi. We're just waiting for them to all get together. The good news for WE is if EDG don't end in the next 2 minutes, you can always flip the game at Elder. You never know what can happen when an Elder spawns, and now the push is on. The Baron siege is here.
And just how do you even get through the DPS that the EDG put out, right? You have to out DPS and out tank EDG, which is just not possible. They don't have enough damage to compare with On and Angel at this stage. They don't have enough tankiness to compare with ZDZ at this stage in the game. It really feels like they're going to have to rely on EDG just mispositioning, on EDG just being a little bit split.
Oh, but here's a teleport, and Monkey's all the way in no man's land. Vampire immediately falls, and Angel ready to go. Here's the Realm Warp. Taeyun caught between a rock and a hard place. It's a double kill for On. He gets lit on fire, but he stands through the fire and the flames as a winner with the rest of his squad here in Game 1.
And another glorious fight from EDG. Again, it's WE. They never saw a fight that they didn't like. And unfortunately, they found out that this fight was not for them very, very quickly.
Vampire is up in 2 seconds. This minion is out of range. They are being griefed by the Baron. But I don't think it's going to matter with Monkey up in 10 seconds. Vampire going to try to do what he can, but he's nothing more than a melee minion at this point. EDG will put the finishing touches on Game 1 in a 30-minute affair.
And just like that, Rafa's prediction looks just a little bit more likely, as it's only Game 1 of this best of 5. We can't get too far ahead of ourselves. But that was a game that WE had an advantage in the early stages of this game, but it's one that EDG fought back with. And you know, we were looking in the early stages of this game, in the draft of this game, in the pre-show to this series. Which points are we looking at to be those points of contention? Is Palkia going to have the chops to stand up tall to WE and to the Ascend seeds? Absolutely, yes, he is.
Yeah, he looked great. He had a really useful Nico game. It wasn't sparkling, but he had a lot of really strong moments. It's not only how well he played, but it's a big takeaway from Vampire. He's not going to have that in the back pocket either. A really successful game for EDG, not just for winning, but also some tools that they've taken away out of the support pool. Going to have reverberations down the line. And for Team WE, I mean, you know, we talk all about how Monkey is the big driver, right? Well, he drove him right off a cliff that game. His decision-making was very poor in the mid-game before this Rise got really large, and then by the time he got big, unfortunately, you really only have one lockdown button outside of an ultimate from Vampire, right? So if the carries split themselves apart, you kill one, but the other is going to rip your face off.
Yeah, there's several instances where Monkey's unfortunately just gone a little bit too deep, and the way that EDG bought space from the Vi in this game was honestly pretty incredible. Like, they were just constantly playing who can tank the Vi between Angel and On in this game, which is pretty wild to say that your mid laner and your AD carry both were kind of happy to tank Vials. We've got stasis on both of them as we reach the late game. Even through that mid game, there are some really good flashes, there are some really good ways to buy space and make it so that it's unfortunately just the Vi who's wailing on you. And in a game like that, where Monkey was pretty deprived of resources, where everything's getting funneled into Taeyun, the Vi doesn't have the ability to go 1v1 versus Kai'Sa, to go 1v1 versus Arise. It's just not in their nature. And unfortunately, that was felt. That was heavily felt. And for EDG, it was a pretty rough spot. Or a pretty good spot, even.
Yeah. And for WE, it's back to the drawing board because you gave some power into your solo lanes here. Cube had a couple of okay equalizers, had that one fight up on the top side around the Herald that looked like he was able to kind of tilt it a little bit more toward Team WE, but never had that large takeover that you would expect out of a Rumble. Sure, he did the most damage in the game, but by the time that damage really came through, he had a great equalizer in the last Dragon fight. It was far too late.
Yeah, and I mean, this kind of speaks to the power that Cube did have in this game, and maybe the lack there of power for Karis, for Taeyun, where you maybe weren't expecting this from Cube, as he was, maybe ramping up the damage in the early game quite a bit, but even in these late game team fights, he was looking like maybe the largest threat that EDG had to contend with. And for me, definitely one of the more unsung heroes of WE in this game, despite the fact that obviously it didn't really go their way. You can see that in these post-game statistics as well, Arn doing such a good job at keeping himself mobile on the map as well. And we'll get a run through of all of these highlights, and there wasn't really a fight that WE ever actually won after that initial 3 versus 3.
Yeah, and this is the big fight that you knew that, EDG are just playing a little bit snappier, right? They decide, okay, we will sacrifice the dragon, but they get it anyway. Right? And then you just see play after play made by Palkia. He had a lot of really critical pop blossoms to just put his team ahead, and EDG managed to stay there. And now it's time to talk player of the game for game 1. Do you give it to your mid laner, this rise out of Angel, who later on in the game did so much, or do you give it to An, who had such high kill participation, tied for the most with Xiao?
Or do you give it to Palkia for all of the engages that he found, right? Like, I'm honestly a little bit more inclined to try to give it to the support, because I do think that in this game, there were so many big Nico Pop Blossoms, so much engaged threat that Palkia found. There are arguments for a majority of this EDG composition. I think that maybe ZDZ, maybe the least impactful member necessarily, but that's not to say that he played poorly by any means. Was just
he made some
kind of playing on. And I think that we've got certain instances where Palkia has massive engages, where Arn's doing so much DPS, where Angel is just so consistent in all of these team fights. No one player stood out above the rest really, but there are so many ways that you could look to slice this that I'm not really too worried either way. I think my big takeaway from maybe the LPL in general is when are we going to stop seeing Yunara without a good support to pair her up with? I feel like Yunara is slowly teetering into this Kog'Maw Twitch vein where you kind of need a hyper carry support as well to pair alongside it. We need a Lulu, we need a Sona, we need a Yuumi to go alongside her for her to be able to navigate these team fights, because unfortunately she just feels so lost in the majority of these skirmishes without the power of a team there behind her.
I haven't really thought about that, mostly because the general consensus has been that she's good with pretty much anything, right? You can either go and give yourself the support for your typical hyper carry or go full engage. So I do think that your point definitely has some merit to it. It just seems so hard because you can just play well enough with a full engage support that it just has a little bit more value. I do wonder if it's also because Yunara is such high prio right now that you're not taking her later down the line as like a more niche AD carry in your game 4s and game 5s and pairing her with that support. So I do wonder if we'll see that evolve as things go on, or if she just gets stuck on tank duty. So I never got a chance to talk about who I think is going to be MVP. I'm saying On because I hear the sound. Show me On. It is Angel. That is reasonable.
Okay.
That is very, very reasonable. I only said On because he had the higher kill participation. I think On really set up the game state to be very successful for EDG, and then Angel did bring it home.
Yeah, and for a player who, has been consistently one of the players that doesn't really die, that doesn't really struggle all that much in these team fights, only 3 MVPs is a little bit surprising to me through the entire regular split, but I guess he's been a little bit overshadowed by his support, by his jungler having very, very good games.
Yeah, and you know what? Consistency sometimes goes a little under the radar. But you know what doesn't go under the radar? Our coffee members. If you'd like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent like Rooted and myself and our content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, which will be linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and when we return, we'll kick it to the Game 2 draft between Team WE and EDG. See you soon.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next midwave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes and overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the two big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is, since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets to impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time. Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We just saw EDG get a big Game 1 win over Team WE in the Split 3 playoffs qualification match. Yanni and Rudude still giving you all the action, and yeah, the good news for Team WE is not only do you have a couple more games to straighten this out, but again, if you lose here, you're not completely cooked. You're just in a really, really bad spot.
Yeah, coming into this, their championship points actually after a very, very good split 2 have them in a pretty good spot in the standings. But not even making it to playoffs is a really big disaster for them. It means that their chances of making it even to the gauntlet decrease dramatically. They're not 0, but they do decrease very, very harshly. And for EDG, right, their goal is to just get as many championship points as possible, right? Like their
Just
path
win,
to
baby.
Worlds is win the split. If they don't win the split, their odds are significantly lower again. So it's a tricky spot for them to be in. But again, with a very good opening game number 1, we'd like to think that they can maybe extend that and do the same thing again.
You think it's a better spot for them to be in? Because I think if Team WE, for whatever reason, do end up losing the series, right? Now you're going into the gauntlet as like, oh, we didn't even make like the playoffs. We lost in play-ins. And if EDG end up making it, you have to imagine it's a team that's really scorching hot.
Yeah, they're going to have won not just this playoffs, or not just this play-in series, but probably a couple of series through playoffs as well, which again, not going to be super easy. I think that if a Nirvana seed or another Nirvana seed makes it through into the playoffs, our expectation might just be that they go up against one of our top 2, so our IGs, our top esports, and I mean, WE versus top esports, that's a series in itself if WE do turn this back around. We do have ourselves a draft, some notable champions that importantly made it through the first draft in the Gwen, in the Annie, getting banned away here by WE.
Yeah, that Gwen, I'm surprised that EDG didn't end up taking it, but hey, listen, it paid off for them. They went, and they go ahead, and they take Game 1. Another Skarner ban. I imagine Monkey's just not going to see this champion all day. I think that's a great way to start your strategy of attacking Team WE. Got to be in the jungle position, taking out his best champions. It's something that we don't often see teams really set a focus on. So I like that EDG is doing this. This does open the door for this Varus pick. It will get locked in. It has been one of On's best champions, but Taeyun has also been very professional.
Yeah, likes to pull this out when he gets his hands on it, and with the poke Varus, we know that this can happen. I don't mind this hover actually from EDG, right? We're looking at champs that Cube plays. He's played a lot of games of Rumble, played a lot of games of Yorick as well. So if you want to take away that Yorick from Cube, it wouldn't be an unwise choice to put him on something that, at least in split number 3, might expect him to be a little less comfortable on. As for EDG, though, they instead decide that the Sivir is so high priority that they have to take it here. They already see the enemy AD carry, so they decide that there's no other role that they want to pick in this phase, and just that they want to lock in the Sivir to preserve as much of their composition as they can.
And this really opens the door for some of these more aggressive mid laners to get picked. I think that this could potentially be an Akali game if they play their cards right and the chips fall properly where they want. Monkey whiff waffling over on the Trundle, and the Pantheon will end up locking in the Trundle. It seems like it's going to be a tough sell for me, Rude Dude, because you have to run at a team that is going to be pretty good at running away.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan has been an old school answer to Trundle for a long, long time because he's a champion that's so gated by mobility. You just put the Trundle in the Jarvan ult, you EQ yourself out of it, and then he's just a troll stuck in a cage. Like, he can effectively do nothing. This now does mean, though, that if we end up seeing this Yorick get locked in, one of our go-to answers had previously been the Cho'Gath, but Renekton as well is open and available, and I think that increases a little bit in priority here, as you don't really want to pick a tank when you see Trundle on the other side. So taking the Renekton here for WE, or for EDG even, definitely wouldn't surprise me. Jax as well, a pick that can quickly break out of that Dark Procession if necessary, if he can't jump out of it, that is, and means that for EDG they've got themselves a decent enough top matchup, and it's just Q back on that comfort.
This does mean that Team WE are going to have to play a better 4-man game and try to allow Cube to do his thing on the side lanes. ZDZ is going to have to remain tough, hang strong. He's been one of the better top laners in Nirvana. We'll see if he's able to show up in this game and make sure Cube is unable to get his. Second half of bans are being aimed at the supports. That Alistar that we said might have some higher priority, not going to be seen in this game.
Maybe Nautilus gets taken away from Vampire as well here. It's a really good pairing with the Varus. Maybe the Braum if they're thinking of banning away Disengage, because so far EDG do have a very, very engage-focused composition. Yeah, Braum going to get taken off the board here. On and Perukia, Palkia even going to have the first pick of their bot laners, and I think that with all of the dive that EDG have so far, makes sense that they might try to take away, you know, a Nautilus, a Rakan maybe even a really good ban to take off the board. If you are WE here, I think that giving that pick in this composition could spell disaster for WE if they go for it, but we were thinking about this through the pre-show, Yanni. The Akali gets taken off the board, and it does signify maybe we're going to get that Talia locked in. Maybe it becomes Angel, takes away the Talia, and maybe the Orianna as well increases a little bit.
Yeah, I think that Talia is a pretty solid shout here, but if they do want to take away that Nautilus, that's both very valid strategies out of EDG here. So now, ball's in your court, WE. What do you want? You want that CC that the Leona provides. Do you want to have a Varus Karma lane and try to take advantage of On and Perukia and set them behind? It's going to be tough, given the fact that there's a Sivir on the other side. So I'm with this Leona pick.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to take Rakan here. It's even more difficult to take something like a Karma because it pigeonholes your composition so hard into needing to win early on, just because, you know, the Karma, much as it can be a great threat for later on in terms of those heals and shields for the team, not necessarily going to be able to provide you nearly as much engage power. The Talia gets locked in. Expect this to be rounded out with an Orianna. The Jarvan Ori combo, just such a tried and tested combination. Especially when you've got double immobile backline, like, it's just going to be so free for Angel and Xiao Hao to make this play work. So again, I really quite like what EDG have picked up for themselves. I like the Talia versus all of the dive that there is from EDG, it's worth saying. So laying down that Unraveled Earth, you have Jax, Nautilus, Jarvan, all now an Ahri as well, looking to jump through that. It probably means that the Unraveled Earth can have a decent amount of priority, but I think that there may just be a little bit too much dive for WE to handle, and I don't know that they've got the answers to deal with it all.
Yeah, not too surprised they ended up going for the Ahri, but, you know, both options are very valid, and you're just going to be able to utilize the Sivir on the hunt just a little bit better, and it's just one other problem that WE have to put out, another fire in the back line if ZDZ shows up to these fights, and, you know, he's not too busy preoccupied with Cube. And for WE, you know, it's going to be really difficult to utilize this Leona as disengage, so if you want to utilize her as her true role of engage, I mean, Cube is going to have to show up to some of these fights. You're simply not going to win a 5v4 against this EDG comp.
No, it's just not going to be on the cards, and I think that WE going to need to play very heavily into that potential side laning, into that split push capability, and that's why I really like the Ahri pivot. You know, I was talking a lot about the Orianna getting locked in, but I like the Ahri here because it has a bit more side lane capability and probably can run that side versus the Talia, and shuts down another avenue for WE to try and play this game if they look to play that 1-3-1 through Talia, through Yorick. It then becomes that little bit more difficult. It now pigeonholes them into this 4-1 composition that I do think Talia lends herself to. You've got that semi-global ultimate to help out in that side lane. It's not like there's a massive tank on the flip side for EDG, right? It is a Jax, somebody who is susceptible to getting taken down if he's caught out. So it does give options to WE.
Love that backdrop. We're on the Rift, game 2 of this best of 5 EDG WE. All right, rude dude. Grubs gonna have a high amount of importance for Team WE here. Talia utilizes them fine, but naturally getting them on the Yorick, even on this Trundle later on, is going to be so key. I think it's gonna be difficult for them though, because EDG, this 3-man pick squad of the Jarvan, the Ahri, and the Nautilus, going to be able to really make odd man fights happen if they're able to find that initial pick.
You know, I have a conspiracy theory.
Let's hear it.
I might hold it. Here's on probably fine. Maybe not fine with that pathing. E-start from Vampire, maybe?
He's good. He's good.
No.
All right, what's your conspiracy theory?
If you pick Yorick, you never get grubs.
Yes.
I can't
I'm with
remember
you.
seeing a Yorick team get grubs, period. And I think that in this game as well, normally it's a lot about, oh, the denial. We denied grubs from the Yorick. But Jax does really well with some grubs as well, as we are seeing some early scuffling. Level 2 win hit for Xiao Hao here.
Monkey's dead. Xiao Hao hit level 2 early, and Vampire's dead too. EDG shock Team WE less than 2 minutes in.
Okay, so good news is this is a best of 5 series, and that losing this game actually not the biggest deal. But for EDG, they're looking incredible. It's Xiao Hao who's living in their head rent-free. What are we doing, my good man?
Oh, goodness. It's up against the wall, but Palkia, okay, he had to open the shield, so Taeyun going to be fine in the end. But, you know, I guess it's easy to disrupt Monkey if he's going to disrupt himself with that sort of early aggression. Xiao Hao, just really a smart decision there, very shrewd, and seemed to be already on the back foot.
And I think just with the timing of that, they knew that Monkey was looking to do an invade, so Xiao Hao able to just take his wolves, gets level 2 off of the big wolf, and then can make a big play. You know, that flag and drag the knock-up, landing across so many members of WE, really does cost them dearly. Yanni, we're not even 3 minutes into the game, and there's a 1k gold lead for EDG. It is a colossal opener for them, and again, we didn't really talk too much about the scaling through this draft, but we know that Sivir scales incredibly well. We know that as we get later on, Jax probably going to have a good time in the side lane versus a Yorick. And I think that just if this game does get to that late stage, and there aren't really too many problems for EDG, they're once again going to be more than happy to make it there, and more than happy to start out this game with a 1k lead as well. Yeah,
and we already saw On in a scaling pick in the first game and how well he performed. So we're going to see a hook back in. Very good damage coming out here, but Taeyun able to trade it back. Level 3 compared to the level 2 of everybody else. The big fish in the small pond is Monkey and Xiao Hao going to mean mug each other for a little bit. Monkey is a full level down. They'll take a bite out of Xiao Hao. We'll just flag and drag out. So at least Monkey getting an early advantage there, but doesn't actually really yield any fruit yet.
The full wave being stacked up for WE there, I think, just a little bit too important. As hold on, Xiao Hao has no flash here, so
okay. Well, Cube is forced to flash away, so a nice revisit there from Xiao Hao. This will mean that he will get double scuttle.
Yeah, it does mean though that that top side, it wasn't able to crash that wave, and yeah, ZDZ goes back to base with a frozen wave. Fortunately, Cube able to TP in quite early. I think he'll be able to break it without really too much concern. So not necessarily the worst case in the world, actually, for that top laner, as WE have been able to stabilize here. Taeyun did get solo XP for the first couple of waves, which meant that his trading power was actually quite powerful, and it meant that the gold given to Arn from that first blood wasn't actually spent. As we do see, Poverty Sivir build gets picked up despite the 101 scoreline. Slingshot and a call. This is, like I say, this is depression arc for an AD carry, but fortunately he's playing against a Varus. You can get away with this because he's just going to go tier and do nothing for a while.
Are you sure it's depression arc when it's this early in the game? Like,
yes,
I'm going to be honest.
Slingshot is always depression.
Listen,
Period.
It is a little depression. I play a lot of AD carry myself, and if I'm a Sivir in this scenario, I'm liking it. I'm not liking this, but guess what? My jungler's here to potentially save the day. Flag and drag going down. They're going to try to turn on the Monkey, but Taeyun is able to get the first kill on flashing forward, and now EDG are looking to go. Xiao Hao with a flag and drag up shortly, but it looks like it will not be up in time. Just a 1-for-1 when the dust settles.
Yeah, the context of this bot lane means that it's okay to have these bad items. Unfortunately enough, you know, you get an extra kill there, means that you're going to get pushed to that BF sword that little bit faster. And, you know, we're looking at this. Taeyun was able to pick up a kill there onto Perukia, able to find that quick pickup with the increased damage on that piercing arrow. But had to flash, had to cost himself that really safety net summoner spell. Whilst On, once again, more than happy down on that bot side. Even in CS, but with that cull as well, he's going to be farming up and going to be having that much bigger 2-item hit and getting to that 3-item, 4-item Sivir marker that little bit sooner.
It cost him the dragon as well because Monkey was the one who died, so... nice little feather in the cap for EDG as they're the ones able to secure the first objective. Have already secured the feat of warfare. And now we've got a minute and 40 until these grubs. I wonder if we're going to see any sort of swaps come out here with how powerful that... I guess I use powerful in quotations because On just by virtue has more items. I wonder if they'll move him and Palkia up very soon.
We get a good little glimpse of that top lane there. There was a window for ZDZ to try and make a play with a level 6 advantage, but he did have a really big freeze in that top side for a while. That did cost Cube quite a lot. You can see he's had to expend a lot of his mana using the E to just farm creeps. As you can see, ZDZ grasped proc off of the W, setting up for what could have been a dive. Maybe Angel would have been happy to sacrifice a wave, but Xiaohao makes his way up here just after having taken the crab, but the wave's already gone. Well, the question is, can they get this wave in time? Look at the minimap. Taeyun's on his way. Thank you to our observers. They're pushed up against it here. Bit of a timer for EDG to go for this, but I think Taeyun might just get here.
All right, let's see if he's going to get here in time. Xiaohao, flag and drag is perfect.
Wow.
Cube goes down, flash out. Turret shot, last one. Ooh, on a sliver. Taeyun is going to try to run him down, but he's so far away. He doesn't have flash. He might have a prayer. He does see the jungle pet. He's getting close, but ZDZ will draw the ire.
Wow. Double.
Taeyun, no, he won't be able to. Wait, hold on. He's charging up there. He did. He got him. Taeyun getting it done.
Split 2, Taeyun's back, baby! That's what we love to see here. Finding the double kill on that top side, punishing EDG for that overextension. And that's exactly what they needed. That first arrow goes wide, he can't find the second. The reset on the Blight means that he's able to get a second round of piercing arrows and takes down both of the top lane members of EDG. That's massive for the bot lane of WE. And in a game number 2 after the game 1 that looked so disastrous, you can see this was such a big commit as well. He loses 4 minions under the turret. He's stepping up to a, 2 item or 2 level leaded Jax. Don't get to see if there was an attempt to juke at all. But he gets 1 auto attack down onto the Jax, which means that his Q is reset just a little bit. And actually able to find both pieces of that nice top side pie.
Taeyun has come to play today, trying to drag Team WE into the playoffs and out of the play-in. He has held up his end of the bargain. The rest of his team has struggled to do so. Grubs will be secured by EDG, so the curse of Grubs continues for the Yorick squad.
Yorick can never get Grubs. You lock in Yorick, you're immediately conceding Grubs, it feels like. And I mean, EDG will be happy that they're able to pick this up. Jax so far has been running that side lane versus the Yorick. You can see you can really see in the build paths who's feeling more confident, where we've got Cube who's opted straight into the plated steel caps. Yes, it has good value versus Xiaohao as well. But also, you've got ZDZ who's just like, nah dog, give me the Trinity Force, bro, I'm chilling.
We do see On finally has a BF sword, so if any plays are centered around him, he will at least be able to provide some damage. Taeyun's back means that he might be able to have a little bit more, but I'd imagine things might be a little quiet for the next minute and 10 seconds. That's when the next dragon is going to come up. We're cresting toward the 10-minute mark, and so far, this Yorick is down in CS, not by a ton. Monkey has been very quiet outside of that bottom lane play, where it ended up being a 1-for-1. Again, we see this disruption occur and how different Team WE looks when it happens.
I think that the maybe good news for WE was the fact that Taeyun has frequently been a really solid part of this WE roster from split number 2. I think that the maybe the bad side of that coin is that in split number 3, Taeyun has been prone to positioning error, has been prone to not being that high level hyper carry. Like even in that last game, finding himself a little bit picked up by Palkia on occasion. So we are seeing both teams here posturing around this bot lane, both playing chicken with each other and not really sure who was where, but a little bit of free time on the top side for Cube here, as we're going to get to see a recall from ZDZ, and maybe he just TPs up to that top side to meet the bot, to meet the top lane.
Yeah, Team WE is really not opting into this 1v1. They really don't want Cube to have to contend against ZDZ. We saw it earlier with Karis going down to relieve him. It meant that Angel was able to take 2 plates in the top side just a couple moments ago. As the Maiden is gone, we are going to see Cube take it back, and a lot of pings on the bot side.
Yeah, so effectively there ZDZ just misses 1 minion to go and take down the Maiden, which is very worthwhile. Maybe trying to force Angel's ulti here, yeah.
I'll get it, but it'll take quite a bit of damage for it, down to half HP.
I don't think that's a bad trade here for Monkey. He is Trundle. He'll be able to sustain himself back up quite nicely, you'd like to think, as Ori with no ulti before this Dragon and Xiaohao on the top side. Triple with the TP as well. They want Cube dead.
Yep, they want to put this guy in the dirt. The cage is out. ZDZ will be able to track him. The CC is there, and Angel will get credit for the kill. It looks like this turret is not long for this world.
Hey, baby, we've got the grubs. We're happy to lose 1 Dragon. We're happy to take down your Yorick. And again, make sure that Cube is feeling very uncomfortable. We saw this behavior in game number 1 where they did try to put a little bit behind on the Rumble. Cube still performed on that champion, but I think that the Yorick are going to have a much more difficult run of things, as it is once again gold being funneled into our MVP from game number 1 in Angel, as he gets 425 isolated gold from that turret. He's going to get an extra wave on that top side as well. WE do not have the grubs, do not have the ability to really play for this bot side turret. It just means that EDG are going to have a very good play on that top side that doesn't really get an answer.
Yeah, they've been playing so smart because they're just playing away from Taeyun right now. They know this guy is really strong. He's opted into the poke Varus build here a little bit, and you know it's got a lot of early power. So avoiding him at all costs, getting gold elsewhere on the map, has been paying off so far for EDG, as they do have about a 2,000 gold lead. 1,000 up is Angels. You mentioned he got that turret funneled right into him. 1 minute and 40 seconds until the Rift Herald is up. I do wonder if EDG thinks that they're strong enough now to be able to opt into a fight where Taeyun is around.
Yeah, I mean, I would still like to think that they can. Again, that their objective should just be kill Taeyun. It's not rocket science for EDG. Look at their dive composition. They've got Jax, Jarvan, Nautilus, Ari, all of these champions buffed up by a Sivir ulti as well. Should be able to get access to a Varus.
Okay, Karis, you put your Legos down, but Angel missed the charm, so qualities that you would see in a play-in match maybe at times, as no kill will happen, but a hook goes down into the mid lane here onto Vampire. Vampire doing what he can to tank all this up, but remember, On has that BF sword. No, he's got the Yuntal now. So he does good damage. The Vampire will be out, down both summoners.
And again, with the Drake spawning in, 3 minutes, it's rather the Herald that we're looking at. 50 seconds on that, and a fair few ultis burned. The flash from Vampire, really that big ticket. There's not as much access now to that backline, means that finding the ability to just go for a quick E flash, maybe a Q flash as well. Catch On off guard, catch Angel out if he's a little bit too far forward without that Spirit Rush, does make it even more difficult and pretty much impossible for the next 5 minutes. So those tools that we look at from WE slowly getting whittled away from, and this WE composition in terms of engage looking very heavily at Vampire to make those plays happen. Without his flash, it's not that easy.
No, and they haven't been able to link up at all in this early game. I mean, the plays have just all been Taeyun. It was that one bot lane play and then the top lane hero play. And outside of that, Team WE has been incredibly muted so far. We haven't seen Karis use a Weaver's Wall to try to take an odd man fight. We haven't seen Vampire and Monkey walk around, be the goon squad that they have been earlier on. And now finally, Team WE looking to set up to make a play. But EDG are scouting this out very well as the dance for the Herald begins.
It really should just be EDG taking this. I mean, for WE, I'm at such a loss for how they can even look to play out any team fights as this game gets later.
So impossible.
I don't think that the game gets much easier for them, as EDG have set up first. It means that they're able to peel at will, but also they can't really get pushed off this. The poke from Taeyun hasn't even started, and EDG have got such good engage tools that you think that, well, it's probably pretty signed, sealed, and delivered for EDG through this second game. They've got a very good couple of options there. Engage tools across the board look very good. If Arn ever decides that he just wants to fight, he can press R and run at people. Helps the rest of his team get in there as well. As long as ZDZ can manage Cube in that side lane, there's never really a win condition for WE.
Cube did just get a little bit of gold by taking out that bot tier 1. And now we have Dragon in less than a minute. The Rift Herald in the back pocket of EDG does mean they should be able to leverage that into a secured Dragon. I do wonder if Team W will force them to use that Rift Herald, because you don't want to leave that opportunity open for the team with 3 grubs. Taking a look, bit of a temperature check, still 1,000 gold up in the mid lane is Angel. Up on the top side, it's varying between a little bit as finally Team W are trying to make a proactive play. Xiaohao forced to use ultimate and flash, but that's about it. Now ZDZ's on the backside, could be in trouble. Teleport coming in from Angel, it's going to be matched by Cube. Team WE, 5-man squad here. Charm goes down, and the walls are starting to close in. Rift Herald going to be used as well as a knock-up tool, potentially. Here we go, ZDZ could be in trouble. Vampire going to get hooked, and here comes the Rift Herald. How many? 1, 2, 3 knockups! As Xiaohao breaks up the fight and causes Team WE to be in complete disarray. It's a double kill for Angel. Palkia going a little bit too deep.
Another charm.
ZDZ once more, but he's all alone now. He's getting whittled down, but here's On. Here's On and Angel. Quadra kill for Angel!
And it's Scumbag On who denies the Penta, but that seals WE's fate under their turret. It was like sharks in the water, Yanni, just circling some helpless children. The Herald from one side, Angel and ZDZ from the other. EDG just collapsed on WE and absolutely tore them to shreds.
When did they give Jarvan another knockup in his kit?
He already had one.
Yeah, the ghetto knockup gets the job done. ZDZ takes the mid turret. EDG secures the Dragon. They broke the game wide open with that heads-up play.
Yeah, it was... I mean, look at what they got off of that. So frequently you'll see teams caught in 2 minds as to what they want to do. After that play, they got bot and mid tier 1 and the Dragon as well. They knew exactly what they were going for. Angel here just fishing, just keeping them a little bit occupied, a little bit tempted to try and go for a fight. And you can see that they even turned for an engage. WE, this entire time, they just need to run. There is no fight here for you. It does not look good. Jarvan comes in with the triple bowling ball, locks up 3 people. You've got Monkey again doing what he can to try and disrupt with the pillar. But there's nowhere near enough. Palkia landing some pretty good hooks in all fairness. And even under this turret, it's fully ramped up at this point. Look at the damage it's doing on the majority of these hits. But there's a ricochet that connects On, flashes under the turret to try and take people down. Like, no mercy Sivir in this game.
Not at all, Rude Dude. Now, with a lot of summoners down, the one player that does have his summoners is Angel with that flash up. 5-0-1. He's on 2 items. He's got the Dark Seal fully stacked up. Otacon in 45 seconds. And EDG have been landing haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. Their late game scaling champions are in a great spot. ZDZ's up 1,000 gold. On is even with Taeyun, despite Taeyun having that early lead. And honestly, if that's what you're getting, you're going to buy into that every single time.
And if it is EDG that closed this game out and that looked very convincing with this, make it a nice 2-0 to start off the series. I mean, questions begin to rise about the nature of their second seed, almost, with NIP and FPX going the full distance yesterday. You know, and NIP having bested EDG previously, I think the expectation was that NIP maybe just a slightly better team coming out of Ascend, or coming out of Nirvana, excuse me. But the way EDG are playing here, up against a much more formidable opponent, it's worth saying. WE definitely scarier than FPX, as they're looking for another fight.
Yeah, Angel with Taeyun over on the side. He gets rooted up. This is not a fight that Angel is winning, though. Here we go. Big stuns coming out. Knockups are there. Is EDZ on the back line. Vampire will fall. And now he's dealing with Monkey, forcing him away from this Otacon. We didn't talk about the throw magnet, but yes, the throw magnet is showing up to play right now.
Angel's base, though, he lost that trade. He's got TP to come back into this fight if he needs to. TP's into the mid lane, so he's going to get push on that as well. But now a wall.
Yep, that Weaver's wall.
Oh, the timing.
It stops EDZ. He's stuck in the corner right now, just trying to survive. Monkey barreling down on him, and they find the kill. And now On going to be the next target here. Xiaohao going to try to link up with him. Angel over on the side here. Doesn't have his ultimate. Doesn't land any of these skill shots. Vampire is coming back soon as well to try to sandwich these guys and corral them around. Angel
no ulti
desperately just trying to buy some time, but he's going to walk right into Vampire, and he gets caught up in all the CC, and now he's caught in the cage, and he's not doing fine. Shut down to Q.
First time that Angel dies this series is at a pivotal juncture around the Atacon. WE are still down 3,000 gold, but they've got the control with no solo laners on EDG's side. They will be able to take the Atacon here. Blood Roses are even for the time being. Let's see how much this balloons into their favor. With the levels, with the gold and the stats that they will get from this, this could be what they needed to level that playing field.
Thankfully, they were already a little even. Now your solo laners have level leads. Monkey's got a level lead. Let's take a look at the replay. Teams do this all the time, man.
Yeah. Taeyun, really solid performance this entire game. Sidestepping the charm, chunking Angel so he's not a part of this fight. And then ZDZ goes in, takes down Vampire with the help of Arn. But he just commits a little bit too far forward here. And WE, knowing that this is a 4 versus 3, you can see they're a little bit hesitant. But at some point, there must have been some communication from Taeyun. Ori's out of this fight. Let's go in. And unfortunate on the timing from ZDZ there, the wall coming up bops him out of it. And on, he positions himself a little bit aggressively to try and give him that jump. Either way, they chase down the mid laner afterwards, and EDG now a little bit further behind than they were previously. Or not as far ahead, I should say, as they were previously. But they're still within firm control.
Cube doing things up on the top side here. We'll be able to take that top tier 1. All of a sudden, the game is tilted toward WE a little bit. They're down about 2,000 gold. They're not out of the woods yet, but are certainly feeling a little bit better. Good shout on Taeyun as well, because that fight doesn't happen without him. And now we have 10 seconds until another dragon. EDG looking for their third. Team WE looking to break whatever stacking EDG is trying to bring to the table.
They would love to get Taeyun a base to finish off that Mirror Mana, but I just don't think it's possible. I don't even know if he's got the 1,400 gold required, as we can see Xiao Hao here just looking to try and fish for a unique angle into this fight. Taeyun still has flash, so getting caught by that equalizer, not a bigger deal.
They
Ulti
got
from Angel
ult
to dodge the flick, that's pretty big. Now Angel forced to try and make something happen.
The hook going down on a Vampire. Here comes the teleport from the Jax. Coming from the side is Xiao Hao looking for big. Now comes the Cataclysm. Taeyun is stuck for right now. He has no way out. Angel on to Karis. Oh no, they found Taeyun. A big play by Palkia means that EDG win the fight and the dragon is theirs for the taking.
And where is our top laner? Once again, it's Cube off in the side lane, and it's WE looking to find a fight that they have no right to try to find. Yes, they may end up getting that top tier 2 turret, but that's now Soul Point going over to EDG. And it's a massive expenditure of summoner spells as well. Karis no flash, Taeyun no flash. And now when we're going to have Baron spawning in 50 seconds, with EDG having such a gold lead, it will be really easy for them to try to turn onto these high profile carries, onto these immobile carries as well. But Angel, no flash, no ulti, he's been spotted bot lane.
Overstaying his welcome, Karis is going to come in here with the Weaver's Wall, and Xiao Hao realizes his mid laner is cooked.
Second death there for Angel, and those stacks on the Dark Seal are starting to subside quite heavily, but it really was him that started off this fight. Yes, he gets caught by that pillar and then forced to ulti, but he's the one who re-engages this. Uses that charm for something greater, forces Vampire to be put in a really rough spot as well. He's able to flash over the second half of the Boomerang Blade, but as soon as Xiao Hao comes in, it's just a little bit too easy, and Taeyun, I think, just wasting a little bit too much time in that Cataclysm there, meaning waiting for the threat to reach him instead of thinking about what could happen after the fact. He does get to go back to base, finish off that Mirror Mana, but again, with no flash on a Varus, like, you're just so scared of Jarvan ever getting on your screen.
And Cube, with the extra gold he got off that play up on the top side, is elected to opt into some resistances. He's got a Negatron cloak. He's got a chain vest. He doesn't have any extra, power and damage, but a little bit more survivability, as it's going to be time soon for him to make an impact again in some of these fights, in these skirmishes. 3 minutes till the dragon is a bit of a ways off, but he is going to have to link up with Team WE. If you lose another soul, you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, it's about him trying to find that Jack Show money and then maybe trying to be a part of a fight after the fact. Or it's not quite able to find the flick there onto Angel would have definitely been a good amount of damage, as we are just looking, fishing, trying to find that Ori ulti. Fortunately for EDG is that Angel has been so proactive when it gets burned, and he then tries to make something extra happen with it. Baron now live though, Yanni. We've got 3-item Sivir, 3-item Ori, and a status on ZDZ as well.
They're starting it.
They turn,
okay,
they hit it.
We're going to shotgun a Baron here. Palkia gonna land the hook on a monkey. Everybody's on top of him. Nobody's around to help him. He flashes out. He's still alive thanks to the subjugate, healing up as best he can. Looking for Palkia, who's low, but he gets hooked up again. Monkey still alive. Backside, Angel and ZDZ trying to do their thing, but Cube gets the kill. The turn's on to ZDZ. He's got the helicopter. He stuns both of them, and he's going to look to finish off Vampire. Meanwhile, Cube can handle On and Xiao Hao. They take down Vampire. Ends up being a 4-for-2 for EDG, and the Baron has been started.
And it is just too easy for EDG. No flash on the carries means that they are just sitting ducks. There's nothing really for them to do. And EDG, they need any fight. Any fight is a good fight, and they make good on that promise. They're able to walk their way in, turn with the Jarvan, turn with the Nautilus, and find themselves the Baron to boot.
Team WE in dire straits. It is a tough game for them to play out. You said it earlier, these team fights were going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, Hex Flash from Fog sets it up nicely, and they get baited in almost, thinking that they can take down Palkia. But Taeyun, his Edge of Night gets procced early, and he just gets jumped on. I will say it's a great Dark Procession from Cube to buy a little bit of space from the Jax, if anything. But unfortunately, you can't do that versus an Ahri who's got triple dashes and is more than happy to take you down. Monkey as well, not really a part of this fight. He was caught out early, subjugated Palkia, but even the Nautilus wasn't taken down initially, didn't give them that opportunity to find that fight. And I just think that for WE, these fights are so tricky. They just don't quite have that damage. What is their consistent DPS in these skirmishes? It's not an on-hit virus. It's coming from Talia, who's been put so far behind the curve that she's struggling to ever get there. She's gone for double defensives as well in the Seraphs and the Zonyas. So just the Liandry's for a true damage item in that mid-game. You know, you need that fourth item. We need that Void Staff. We need a Rabadons. We need Shadow Flame. Something to come through for Karis before he can start, you know, really consistently being that DPS threat.
And it's just not happening yet. It's so hard in this particular game because, you know, if you can play it front to back, Talia can have a lot of usefulness, but it's just such a difficult front to back here. As we're going to see a double knockup coming out. They're going to try to pick off Monkey, and they get him again. Now they're going to look for Vampire. Seismic Shove gets him a little bit closer. His Angel is going to use the last Spear Rush, get to the backside. Taeyun falls. Karis is dead, and I think that's it, Rude Dude. EDG 4-for-0. Cube is the only one who can try to stop this Baron assault on the base.
They've got Baron for another minute, and they've got a minion wave pouring in. EDG looking good here, Yanni. This is the second game in a row where they've got a lead and they've not let go.
And they are not going to let Cube survive. He will fall. The Nexus turrets will fall. And EDG are up 2-0 against Team WE. Rafa was right. Rafa might be right.
Rafa might be right here, Yanni. 2-0 start for EDG. Job's not done just yet.
No.
One more game needed. But once again, it does just look like these two teams are playing on completely different wavelengths. And for WE as well, think about the turnaround in this performance from a team that 2-0'd AL just last week to coming into a series versus the second seed from Nirvana. And they're 0-2 down in a best of 5 here. This is a complete contrast, a complete difference, a complete mockery, really, of that performance that they had up against Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it was, honestly, it just looks like a completely different team at this point. I do not know what has happened to Team WE since then. They look all out of sorts. The Monkey Vampire battery is just not performing to expectations in this series. They've been really unable to move around. I think Xiao Hao has done a really good job of, you know, being where he's anticipating Monkey to be and just being one step ahead. And these early skirmishes are just going the way of EDG at times. In game one, wasn't necessarily that way, but started turning once you got to the Rift Herald fight. In game two, it was all EDG from the start.
I mean, for me here, this is just a game that showcases why WE's Yorick has been so I'm going to call it topsy-turvy, let's say, because their map play, again, it's just not quite understanding what Cube wants to do. There are so many times that they get engaged on that they're stood up for a fight where Cube's just not a part of it, where there is no Yorick, where there's just nothing being provided in that side lane, or not enough being provided in that side lane. When you're playing these 1-4 compositions, you're looking to just wave clear, let your one do the hard work. And there was a gold lead for Cube. He had the opportunity to maybe try and find some fights up against EDG. Like the winning lane existed. They just never quite stuck to it.
Nope, it did not happen. And all the credit in the world to Taeyun. He did what he could this game. Just got incredibly hard. It's so difficult playing up against the Jarvan. Once you're losing your summoners, you're just stuck. You have nowhere to go once he ults on top of you. And we saw it a couple of times. Him just, get stunned up, and it's so difficult. I give him, again, all the credit in the world. He's trying to do what he can to make Team WE relevant in these games. He's just unable to. He needs help from somebody on his squad.
And I mean, the way that WE had been winning games was through Monkey, right? He had the joint first most player of the games through the regular split. He was the proponent of this WE roster that was looking to thrive, and so far through this series, our question was going to be, can Palkia, can Xiao Hao live up to the expectation and live up to the Ascend standards, and that's been far surpassed at this stage.
Without a doubt. You see there 100% kill participation for Xiao Hao. It's a little easy on Jarvan sometimes, his standard is going to give you a lot of credit, but he was all around the map making plays, and where he went, the rest of EDG followed. So we see this nice alternate angle of the replay of what felt like Team WE's best play of the game.
Yeah, I mean, from here, Taeyun, he does such a good job. He gets 2 for the price of 1, really, where he shouldn't have really got any. And then we roll into the rest of the highlights of WE just getting slaughtered. I mean, this fight in particular, the Jarvan Herald once again, double, triple. We love to see it. He's straight in there. I mean, even that flag and drag, to be honest, I think he was a little bit scared. I think if he'd have maybe angled that a little bit more aggressively, it could have probably just been 5 kills outside of the turret. But, they are just looking like such a cohesive unit at this stage, EDG, that WE have got no real chance at contending with them.
Nope, not at all. That was the big fight that really put EDG in the driver's seat and made it so, even though this fight did not exactly go their way, they were able to, survive the fact that they lost the Otacon and lost the fight.
Yeah, again, this is a game where they didn't have Otacon. You're quite right that, imagine if they did, how much easier it might have been for them.
Oh my goodness.
EDG are completely tearing them to shreds, and WE just look a little bit lost in the sauce, unfortunately. Again, this is another fight. Where's my top laner? Oh, he was split pushing top lane this time. Same again. And it's not necessarily Cube's fault, it's worth saying, that WE are taking this fight in the first place. But that they're just looking for these fights when they shouldn't be. And they're not quite grouped up enough. And they're not quite in the same position as they need to be to make the right plays that they're going for.
Yeah, and they've won now. I mean, not anymore, because now it's a loss, and he's 4-4 in the champion. But they were 4-3 when Q was on Yorick before this match, so they do understand how to play out a Yorick composition. But in this game, just too many times they got caught in fights or decided to be up a little bit too far when the Yorick wasn't around, as you stated, and big difference maker in some of them, right? Him not being there, especially having that much gold on him, right? It's hard to win a fight 5v4. We said it in the pregame that this was something that was liable to happen to Team WE. That's exactly what happened in a lot of these fights, and a big reason why they lost. Rude, who do you think is our MVP for game 2?
I see Xiao Hao. I wouldn't be against that. I see On. I kind of don't see Angel as much. He did have a fair few deaths in this game, but I think he was, again, making a lot of the plays happen, so I'm not opposed specifically. I think it goes Xiao Hao, On, Palkia, then Angel, and again, ZDZ is not playing badly. He's just, this team has never been about top lane. As long as he doesn't feed over to Cube, they're going to do fine, and that's kind of what the vibe has been. All
right, I want Xiao Hao. It is Xiao Hao. That Rift Herald play, just put the game out of reach at that point as far as I'm concerned, because again, if you throw it Otacon and don't lose, well, it means that your lead was large enough to begin with. So the EDG jungler getting the better of Monkey in game 2 as he did in game 1, and now Team WE, dude, with their backs against the wall, trying to survive, trying to make sure that even their potential gauntlet run hopes will remain alive. They have a long mountain to climb, but the longest of journeys begin with a single step. And we're going to take a single step onto a break, and when we return, it could be the final game of the series. EDG looking for the clean sweep. Team WE fighting to stay alive. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Oh my goodness!
I did nothing. I touched nothing. You keep going, Yanni.
This is a description of what has happened at Team WE because they are not available right now. It is very tough. While we have this opportunity, let's go ahead and pull up the predictions that the casters had, because right now EDG is up 2-0 on Team WE. That is absolutely insane. Rudud is back. Let's go. He is ready to go. All right, bro. It's 2-0 EDG. I know I certainly did not expect this coming in. The end of Split 2 Darlings, the team that we expected to do so well in Split 3, that faltered but fought every single time. We're always this close to winning a series, is now so far away from winning a series, down to 0.
Yeah, but importantly, right, they are ultimately... that they were Game 3 merchants through the regular season. That just means when we go to best of 5, they're going to be Game 5 merchants as well. So... we need them to make it to a 5th game. And how do they make it to 5 games, Yanni?
By winning
lose
game 3.
2 games. They lose 2 games first. That's the rules. It's the content arc for WE. I said this when I was last on a show. I had Trajan by my side, and he said, who are your 4 seeds for Worlds? I said WE. I still do not doubt them. This team is going to Worlds, and they just need to book up their ideas, kiddo, and turn it around.
So you believe Weibo and JDG will not get out of the play-ins, is what you're telling me.
That's what I'm hearing. Looks like that's going to need to be the case so far. But I'm here for it. I'm here for the WE turnaround. The return arc where they pick red side in this game and they say, we will give counterpick to, let's say Vampire. And Vampire's going to run the game with R5 support counter.
You think that guy was a WE fan because he looked giga depressed out in the crowd?
He looked very sad.
I mean, I would too, man. We did say that this was not going to be a gimme, right? I thought this was going to be the best series out of the 4. You know, the closest one, perhaps. It's hard to get closer than what we had yesterday. That was my thoughts before yesterday, and I thought that maybe we were going to see a little bit more high-flying action from both teams, really dominant games, showing that, like, oh, you know, EDG can be strong at times and WE can be strong at times. Well, it's just been the entire strength of EDG after that early lead that Team WE got in Game 3 or Game 1 where they lost it at the Herald. It just felt like a sliding downward slope since, and we are into picks and bans. WE once again on the blue side here. EDG so far sticking to the script when it comes to bans.
Yeah, just making sure that they're getting rid of probably the Skarner here to come out, and then we'll see what it is that they end up going for on that 3rd ban. I don't think giving Monkey Skarner is a good way to succeed. I think they're probably just discussing 3rd bans here, or maybe what they're looking for, because I think if they stick to the tried and true of what they've gone for in previous matches, then they should be absolutely fine. With that Poppy ban by WE, that frees up a 3rd ban for EDG, which is kind of the discussion point here that they may have been going through. And then it's a case of what do we see getting first picked? I mean, these Game 3 first picks are always a little bit more difficult to try to predict, but Wukong is still available at the minute, which seems to be the flavour of choice for, you know, lower down jungle picks. So we may end up seeing that either get banned, get picked, have some sort of priority.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to see something a little bit more spicy out of Monkey coming into this Game 3 where, you know, you need to win. I wonder if he's going to go back to the well on that Neferi. It's not as good as it once was when it took over Split 2, but it feels like you need some sort of spark, something a little fresh to come out of the jungle in order for you to go ahead and win. I would be appalled if they lock this, and I know how good it is, but listen, Game 1... you need to get a win. You pick the winless Vi. Game 3, you're down 0-2, and you haven't won a damn game on Wukong all year, and you're going to go and lock it in when your hopes of continuing in the playoffs, your hopes of hanging on to a spot to at least get into the gauntlet to make Worlds are on the line. You go for a champion you haven't won on all year.
Yeah, I mean, monkey for monkey, the names are panning out.
Oh
and
no,
looking good.
bro.
I wanted to talk about this Akali. The Akali needed to
It's
be locked
over.
in here. Akali sets up really nicely with the Wukong. Those double knockups mean that you can get shuriken flips in. But the Galio ban from WE, they were setting themselves up for this, but didn't have the gumption to go for it B1. They banned away the Galio, the known, the tried and tested counter pick to the Akali, and then didn't take it for themselves. They were playing this gambit, saying to EDG, saying to Angel in particular, we know you play this, champ. Do you want to take it off your hands first of all? And now WE have got a... it doesn't matter what Taeyun picks this game. He's going to die a bunch, right? Like, he can play Ezreal, he can play Xayah. It doesn't matter. This guy's getting owned because the enemy team has Pantheon Akali.
You're going to go for some early strength. Going to go grab this Corki, try to be strong while the Akali is hopefully still a little weak, but it's going to be a really thin window. Oh my goodness. If we just take a murderer's row of champions of Akali, Pantheon, and Bessa, listen, I'm in the 80 carry. I'm hitting the dodge button. Unfortunately, you're not going to get the opportunity to do so in a competitive game. I just love what EDG has together. Vampire is going to have to work overtime to try and keep these guys from ripping his team to shreds.
You know what this would be a great time for? This would be a great time to play Alistair top and then lock in Braum. And just have something to peel your team.
What are you cooking, brother?
Brother, Alistair is okay, it's good, but it is not helping Corki, okay? It can do what it can. We need, like, Lulu, Soraka, we need help. This Corki is going to be so lonely. He's going to be so darn out of his own territory that it's going to be really difficult for Taeyun in this game. It's going to require a lot of peel, a lot of setup for WE. Now, they can use Cyclone defensively. They can use Alistair spells defensively to peel for this Corki. It is possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. But for EDG, it's all about now just doubling down, right? Like, let's find as much dive as we can out of the rest of the composition. Looking at those dive-style champions, I like that we're seeing them getting taken off the board. Maybe the Bard comes out here as a final ban for WE, but things like Jin in that AD carry role are going to be really important as well. Maybe another AD carry that can go diving. Maybe a Zeri gets locked in for Arn here that can kind of go a little bit mental in that backline if you fancy it. But for WE, I mean, it's all hands on deck when it comes to keeping Taeyun alive.
Let's see what we're going to get out of support here. Rakan. Got banned. Sorry about that. So he's not going to be available. That's not going to be a good option. We're going to see the Ezreal locked in here for EDG, so see if we get one of those roaming supports. It sets up well for the Bard, as you mentioned. We'll see if it's also just Pantheon support and they elect to pick Sylas. Who knows? That would be wild. A Sylas jungle at this angle would be absolutely ridiculous, but I can't help but thinking in the back of my mind that maybe, just maybe, we could see that.
It's a slight... I mean, it's very, very thin possibility, but I'm not entirely against it. The Ezreal, I don't mind. I would have maybe preferred the Senna just to have that support for the dive that goes in, but Ezreal does the same thing with the ulti over the top. Now, this is actually okay for WE, where they double flex. So if Kairos wants to be the one who gets owned on repeat, he can take the Corki. If, you know, Taeyun wants to be the one that can stand a little bit further back with the Ziggs, then maybe that can work out. They have got WE here a very good front-to-back composition, right? Like, they've got some good consistent damage. They've got a good front line as well. I just don't know if they'll be able to do all the marking that they need to do, because they're gonna. You can't stop a Pantheon getting into the backline period, right? Like, he just ults over you, regardless of where you are. Ambessa as well, you can maybe try and block that public execution, but it goes to the furthest back target, so it doesn't matter if you stand in front of her. If she gets into range of your carries, they get hit. And the Akali, again, Protobell, ult. Like, mobility on Akali is just dumb. So her getting into the backline is super easy. Then you've got a Tempered Fate who can zone out just one target, can stop one person from doing their marking, and then all of a sudden the pieces can start crumbling. And the Scion can only block from one way. All this time, if he's not blocking in the front line, that means that Ezreal's getting free poke. It means that Arn's doing all of this damage. And for WE, it's about finding those fights. It's about Cube charging headlong in, finding the weakest part of this pincer, and then the rest of WE being able to follow up on it as well.
You're going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting as this Ziggs. You are going to have to get a lot of this poke down. Let's take a look at our predictions. Listen, we're cooked, brother. You and I are Kelsey, Slayer,
07.
3 2s and the 2 3s. Not looking so hot either. Rafa might be on one, though. I told him earlier. I said to him earlier when he put in his prediction, I said, I cannot wait to flame you on the broadcast for it.
Yeah, you did.
And he told me, don't worry, they're gonna win 3-0. I'll say, you know what? I will eat crow. I will apologize to you publicly if that happens. I'm writing my apology as we speak, rude dude, over on my other monitor, as we're here for what could be the final game.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎了。
As you might imagine, the EDG fans quite happy with where they are in this current game and in this current series. As just to confirm our suspicions, it was the Ziggs going into the bot lane. Kara's going to be playing this Corki out in the mid lane versus the Akali. So again, usually you see the Akali taken versus those control mages, importantly, and can typically have a pretty good time of things versus a Talia versus an Orianna, for example. But in this instance, up against a Corki, you expect that the Corki with this Doran's Blade will be able to punish quite heavily through the early stages of this game. Important note as we take a look at these runes, it is second win for the Akali, so again, I expect her to be more than happy to just, with this Doran's shield, with that second wind, be able to sustain up very heavily against the poke that comes down from this Corki.
Theoretically, this should take a little bit of power out of Xiao Hao around the middle of the map because Angel might have a bit of a harder time, but remember the spot lane that we talked about. EDG being able to get these ranged advantages here means that he will have room to breathe. Monkey starting on the bottom side means that despite how poorly right now it's going for Team WE's bot lane, you will not have to be worried of any invade down there. However, we'll have to be worried of an invade up here.
So I'm not sure if this was spotted. Looking at the wards on the minimap as well, there is some...
He went all the way
that,
around.
That ramp. If he went up through the top side, then... You know, there's just no information. I mean, maybe the idea that he's not taking those raptors is going to be a bit of an indicator themselves, and you can see minimap on the minimap there are pings sort of saying, oh, there's maybe somebody down there, as you can just see the power of this Ezreal Bard. You know, what does an Alistair do level 1? It's absolutely nothing. Headbutts you away a little bit. He's not spotted on that ward, so yeah, it was really good for Xiao Hao to make his way in. You can see Monkey comes up to this top side. Team, I've lost my blue buff.
The heist is insane. Xiao Hao is just... He's got Monkey downloaded this series. You know, it's not the first time that we saw him, you know, get in there and disrupt him a little bit. It happened a little bit in game 2. And, you know, the creative jungle pathing has made a large impact, I should say, in this series so far. Monkey trying to slide in and steal these raptors, but he's going to very quickly... No, he didn't spot Xiao Hao, actually. Now he does with his hand in the cookie jar. Palkia taking the Bard portal over the wall to disrupt this further, but now Palkia is between a rock and a hard place. Corki's chasing him down, tries to make a snappy flash play, but now the re-engage is here. Xiao Hao looking to find this kill, but it's first blood going over to Karis, and Xiao Hao is forced away. Now Angel wants a piece of this Corki, taking him down to even HP, but now Karis is completely out of mana. Angel is looking to get the 1v1 kill, and Karis will flash away.
Okay, good flash from Karis that dodges out on one more 5-point strike, but he misses Phosphorus Bomb there, and Angel takes that potion nice and early. He's more than happy to sustain up through the D-Shield, the second wind, giving him HP during that fight. It is first blood over to the Corki, though, and Palkia there with a pretty big whiff as he tries to go for a Q flash to stun into the wall, and so just with the slow, and unfortunately as level 2 Bard, he's very, very squishy. He does just get taken down, and you know, even the fact that Monkey gets out of there with any form of safety or with any form of HP is a bit of a blessing. EDG, a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a fumble early on, gives this Corki a little bit of extra gold, the extra HPs to be able to sustain Angel with that level 6 marker coming ever closer.
Monkey now with that Sheen means he should have a little bit more skirmishing power here as Vampire. Let's just get a little bit of vision down, gonna secure this bottom crab for Monkey, so... after a little of a weird start, Monkey hasn't been disrupted too much, which we've talked about over and over again. It's one of the big ways to set behind Team WE. He will be ever so slightly behind, but not behind enough that you're actually worried.
good thing is despite all of the bot lane shellacking that happened, Taeyun was able to get back to base without dying and was able to purchase a tier of the goddess, which means that he's now happy, set, and ready down on that bot side to start scaling on up. And even now, actually, with that mana pool getting slightly increased, he outranges the Ezreal, he outranges the Bard, so he can start to lay down a little bit of damage as well. One of the really scary things about this Ziggs is the range that they can play with in the laning phase. Even just a couple of bombs can begin to chunk you out, and the mana costs really aren't all that high, so you don't get punished for missing out on those spells super early on anyway. WE in an okay position again, a reminder that, oh, level 6.
Oh, public execution, yeah, he just wants to go after Cube. He knows he doesn't have any mana. So get whatever damage you can in an effort to take as much control as possible. As things haven't really gone crazy yet, but Monkey just dinging level 5. Level 6 will be on the horizon soon. We'll see a lot of impact there. Xiaohao as well. We're pretty much in the waiting room for these junglers to hit 6 and start making an impact. I think we might have to be waiting till then for this dragon to see any action.
On the bot side, Palkia.
Oh, wait.
Knocked back.
Oh, that was a great satchel. Palkia in a little bit of trouble. Going to chase him down. Taeyun is just continuing to play so well in this series.
Yeah, Flashes nails the bomb on the exit of the portal there. Means that Palkia falls for a second time in this game, and the Bard has been a little bit underwhelming so far. That first recall came through, and it's given a very good chance and a very good opening for this Ziggs down on the bot side to really begin to perform. Not quite ahead in form, but definitely in a good spot as Karis now face checks.
Okay, Karis is able to hop away without too much of an issue, so Team WE early on getting these advantages, not giving a whole lot up. This is exactly what you need out of them, the stability early on. Karis has already gotten going. He doesn't need to do anything more at this point. Just try to do what he can to make sure that Angel is a little weaker.
Worth pointing out here that ZDZ has actually had a very good time of things up on this top side for EDG. Has been able to force Cube back for a second time. This time around, the Scion doesn't have teleport. So he's actually going to be swapped out of this lane. He moves down to the bot side to try and catch some semblance of a wave, while Taeyun can move up to that top lane. And now with the Lost Chapter, really doesn't have any mana issues whatsoever. But ZDZ didn't have to use his teleport at all, so actually gets to walk back out to that top side largely unscathed. As they'll see Taeyun is up there now, and maybe with this ulti coming up in 5 seconds, he might be the person that can close that gap, that can take down the Ziggs and really cause some issues for Taeyun.
Grub's in just about 15 seconds, and you know EDG would like to have them. Got to keep them away from Ziggs. It's always a worry. We might see a true trade come out a little soon as Cube on the flank here. He is level 7, so he has that ultimate, but Team WE don't really want any part of this.
No ulti yet for Monkey. Has been kept a little bit down as Xiaohao also able to move in, steal away the red buff. Monkey will get them off of these wolves. It does mean that EDG forced the enemy jungler up to that top side. They forced WE to walk up towards the Grubs, and again, like you mentioned, with Taeyun in the game, you need to be cognizant of giving Grubs over to WE and making sure that there's not a lot of free time given to Taeyun and turrets. Of course, for those uninitiated, the Ziggs W executes turrets from 25% HP. A quick chunk onto ZDZ here, as he should be able to walk his way out of this one.
Well, he wants to go back in a little bit, but he managed to take Taeyun to about half. Dragon secured for EDG, and over on the other side, Monkey starting up these Grubs already has the first one. I can't imagine there's going to be any contest coming out here as Xiaohao is recalled. As Palkia shows up to the top side to cover his top laner.
It is worth saying as well that for the Ziggs landing skill shots this game, as much as it may seem like a quintessential part of Ziggs, is going to be difficult. You have a Akali with triple dashes plus Proto Belt. You have ZDZ with a dash every time he casts a spell. Ezreal as well. Arcane Shift, Bard Portals, taking people out to safety, right? We've seen a little bit of that be engaged and initiated upon, but overall, if the Ziggs is trying to land spells onto people who aren't CC'd or who still have mobility spells, I might find it a little bit difficult to get that consistent DPS down that we are hoping for. In terms of the CC setup as well, there are bits, there are headbutt pulverize to knock up, there's a cube there as well with a good amount of CC to make something happen. It's about whether or not Taeyun can time it with the rest of his team and how well that synergy can look to peter out. It's something that's been lacking for WE so far in this series, but something that they're going to need to hone in on if they want the Ziggs to succeed.
Yeah, the one issue is that these knockups are very telegraphed, right? So it's going to be a bit of an issue because EDG is already going to be on high alert to make sure they're dodging out of these potential knockups. You know, if Wukong is walking towards you where he suddenly stops moving, uh-oh, I got to get out of there. You know, same thing with Alistar if he's bearing down on you. So we'll see if Taeyun is able to get the job done.
And again, right, we talked a lot this series about the fact that EDG typically have had that better scaling composition. I do think that this game isn't one that necessarily comes down to scaling specifically. There is a lot more execution based around this composition, and as this game gets later, I do think that the execution for EDG, the barrier gets a little bit higher. Like, what they have to do is more difficult, but overall, if they can execute it better, I do think they've got good tools to be able to make it work. They need to be able to find pincer maneuvers, right, where Angel and ZDZ can come in from different angles, where Xiaohao can make a play over the top, and a Bard portal can, or a Bard ulti can set them up for that. They've also got Pantheon that can make it work as well, and their job for the late game is to kill Taeyun, to kill Karis, and make those two champions a little bit redundant. We've seen Xiaohao lurking on this top side. Going to be importantly waiting for Vampire's cooldowns to go. If the Alistar uses combo, that's the go button for EDG.
Okay, walking in just to try to clear out some of this vision, as this game has been much quieter for EDG than the ones prior. Feels like a much quieter game overall outside of that early dust-ups. So the action has been rather muted since then. We've got a Dragon at about 2 minutes. We have Monkey up on the top side here, looking to create some further pressure here. Vampire's going to be the one to scout this out. Monkey will show. But again, will just be not much of anything.
It's not about the individual champions scaling, it's about how all of these champions work together, and I think that EDG can be quite happy just sat back waiting for the eventual objective setups, right, where theoretically they'll be waiting for WE to set up around those objectives, and then they can look to collapse in on them. It's on WE to try and take those, so, you know, we're looking at 90 seconds time when there's a dragon spawning. We need to head into that. They need to start taking control. They've got double tier champions who are 2 items are going to really look to spike. They have some really strong 1 item markers as well.
Yep.
Just looking across the board, Luden's picked up. That's great poke. You've got the Trinity Force, double Trinity Force for Karis and Monkey. This is their time to really make these executive decisions and look for these plays to try and extend an advantage.
Well, they're going to try to make a play on his ZDZ here, and he's on an island, 3v1, trying to do what he can to clear out this minion wave. Here comes the Pantheon ult. Xiaohao looking to turn onto a potential target, but it'll just be used as coverage, so not a bad play there from both sides to bait out what they can.
I think that's overall a bit of a win for WE, right? They get the Pantheon ulti for effectively nothing. Doesn't cost them anything to go for that. No Alistar ulti, no summoners, no nothing like that. It gets expended, and it is just a nice and quick job in and out for WE to make sure that now that Xiaohao's pressure on the rest of the map is a little bit muted for the next couple of minutes, and that's importantly going to tick over to when that dragon spawns. So his way into that fight around that neutral objective is through the front, right? There's no unique angle that he can generate with that ulti. It's about him making it for himself. You know, we talked about those 1 item markers being hit. Fortunately for EDG, they've got just as many as well. Proto Belt's online. We've got the Eclipse ready for ZDZ. And if they want to go for this fight here, items dictate that there's no one side that has the advantage. It becomes more about that setup and about who wants to go for it first.
And it looks like the Dragon will just go the way of Team WE, so it'll be a while before we see much of anything in the way of Dragon stacking, as it's 1 apiece for both of these squads. And I think you're okay with that if you're EDG, to be honest. You are just allowing Ezreal to get to his 2-item spike. You're waiting for Angel to find these right opportunities. It is a little bit problematic, though, because we know that Taeyun scales incredibly well. Ezreal going to come down and try to help out Angel, keep these guys away from him.
Clears out the wave, or at least sets up for Angel to throw a quick Q in there and keep that backline at bay. Can see, though, that WE are focusing a lot of gold onto Karis, a player who we came into this series and highlighted as one of the weak spots of WE. He's been given a lot of gold, a lot of resources here to try and make something happen, as the turret will fall.
They're staying a little close here as Angel. He's already so low on HP. Taeyun's ultimate will go and grab the kill. An ill-advised decision by EDG. Now EDG is on the backside here, and he's all alone trying to fade away. He's going to use the public execution, trying to flash away, but they're just on top of him and taking him down. Team WE getting it done early.
And this is what we are used to from WE. These fights that they take through the early game, leading them into some very solid positions. In games 1 and 2, the fights that they went, they were ill-advised. They didn't have the numbers. They didn't have the opportunity to do that. But look at that Pantheon ulti cooldown. 1 second off of cooldown now. Xiaohua wasn't there to respond. They burned the ulti early, and then they look to rinse and repeat. They do the same thing again. Taeyun, once again, it's worth mentioning. Great timing on that Mega Inferno Bomb. It can be difficult to time that Ziggs ulti because you've got to factor in not just the positioning of it, but also the time it takes to travel based on how far away you are. But the fact that he nails that for when the ulti stops. Vampire's now almost dead there. Didn't have the ulti to keep himself alive, but we have a Herald, Yanni, and that's where our attentions are going to turn.
Yeah, EDG need to get something going soon. And it looks like it's not going to be the Rift Herald for right now, as Xiaohua was going to head to the bottom side. I don't know, it looks like he's going to turn completely around and head back up top. We see a lot of pings going down on both sides here. Very well aware that EDG are going to start this up.
Neither of our top laners have teleport, so ZDZ pushes in that bot wave and walks up first. Cube now needs to make a choice. Is he going to push this extra wave and then use his ulti? Or is he going to... because that's going to make him late to this. Might mean that ZDZ loses out. It just means that, honestly, EDG get this with very little response. There's nothing to be done here by WE, and they're just getting the Herald without any recompense.
A bit of a surprise, I must admit, is Team WE have a 2,000 gold advantage, but they are playing it safe so far. Playing it nice and intelligently, I'll say, if not a little reserved. Now Karis looking to chase down the EDG jungler and a mid laner. We see a lot of pings coming down on this top side, Rude Dude.
The gaps are closing. There's a Herald out for one person, but can 2 people make it out of this? They're looking. It's 5 people from EDG up on the top side. Maybe
we're try to make
this around.
Yeah, another creative Herald play. We're going to look for the Taeyun knock up here, and we're going to look to turn it around. The Tempered Fate, is the timing there? No, he goes right into the wall. Vampire's ultimate keeps him alive. Angel on the backside, completely alone right now as Cube is able to play bodyguard. He's absorbing a lot of damage, but there's just not a whole lot that EDG is pumping out right now. So the Rift Herald usage will only be to spare a dive.
And it's very close. It's almost too nail-biting between these teams as everybody goes for a big 5v5 on that top side, but nobody willing to make that commitment, and ends up sealing one member's fate. With WE winning out on the HP trade, though, they can use the Ziggs here, use the Herald and the Grubs rather, to take down this turret. One swift swoop, and ZDZ using public execution there. They're looking
here we
still.
Go. We've got... Yeah, oh my goodness! Where did he go? He went straight back to the base because he's dead! Team WE absolutely dominating EDG here in Game 3. Palkia looking to keep them around, but he may have just baited the rest of his team. Double kill for Karis, looking for On Angel's perfect execution. Won't yield a kill as he's got to run scared, and Team WE get another.
Yeah, it's anything but perfect, unfortunately, for Angel as he ultis out. A great flash from Karis. Maybe not necessarily the best timing on it, but he gets out and baits Karis, or baits Angel to ulti the wrong way, thinking that he can find a kill and get out to safety. As soon as EDZ misses this, unfortunately, Xiaohao's already channeled his ulti. Foss Bomb, fully channeled Decimating Smash. There's a Ziggs Minefield laying down on the floor as well. There's a Cyclone ready. There's too much CC and too much damage, and the Pantheon never gets to E. And then Palkia goes back in here. Angel goes in as well. Yeah, you've got the very small shield that prevents your damage, as they are fighting on live, Yanni. Looks like that tier 1 turret's going to go falling as well.
Yeah, Team WE.
There we go.
They're just playing a fantastic macro game right now, and if you want to learn how to play a fantastic macro game, you can take the opportunity to learn directly from pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg using code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast.
Now it's about, can WE close this game out? I mean, 4,500 gold lead, nearing 5,000. Observers pivot up to the throw magnet itself. That is the next objective on the board for these two sides, as WE swiftly dispatched of that dragon down in the bot lane. Maybe low roll a little bit in that Cloud Soul, but they'll be more than happy to find another objective for themselves. Their composition, again, one that death balls incredibly well, but if EDG are able to get to that late game on a small amount of parity here, do expect that it's going to be quite alright for WE and quite alright more so for EDG in the late game to be able to try and find these fights. But WE have done such a good job at peeling, at keeping their team alive, keeping Karis, keeping Taeyun in a position to consistently churn out damage. Not really too worried about it just yet.
Xiaohao's ultimate is up now. With this Alicon being done, it feels like you're going to have to at least give it a shot. It's at 5,000 HP.
Yeah.
He's still waiting. Teleport coming in. Angels on the backside. Here we go. Ultimate coming through. Who's going to secure it? It's taken by Team WE. But the team is so disconnected. Xiaohao will fall. Palkia able to use the magical journey to try to get away, but it means that Team WE is able to get a little bit closer. Stun is out, but Vampire undaunted. Now is going to look to peel back onto ZDZ. Angel on the backside. This is your best chance if you're EDG, and you just can't get anything done. He'll look for Taeyun, and he will not find him. 11 kills to nothing. No turrets for EDG. No grubs. Just a dragon. It is complete and utter domination by WE here in Game 3.
And they're looking incredibly good. They are looking like the team that took down AL, as now Vampire's found on.
Yep, the knockup a little delayed to make sure the rest of the team could get there in time. And On will fall too. It is a 12th kill.
It's just an extra cookie to take out. And it's just so well played by Vampire to find that kill on the back half of this. This fight is just WE collapsing together. Monkey once again. The second Pantheon lands, he gets CC'd. This Cyclone is working wonders versus the Pantheon, and Xiaohao can never make anything happen. Vampire once again buffers the CC, stops immediately with his ulti, and Orb just this entire time is getting damage down. He just doesn't have enough. He's had to walk away from Q, who's full HP. Good flash here from Taeyun. Maybe baits out a little bit too much of Angel's damage, but again, at this stage in the game, the Akali can't actually do a right lot. And it really is just a wallet diff at this point. Nothing particularly tragic from EDG in that fight. They just didn't have the damage to be able to cut through what is a very, very scary Scion.
He just cannot move this guy right now. He's got way too much resistances. EDG's damage is just not there yet. We're finally seeing ZDZ get onto a second item here. Xiaohao isn't even close. Angel's not close. It is dire straits. I guess dire straits isn't even the right word. It feels like they're not even in any sort of straits. They are completely out of this game, and Team WE are surgical with the way they are sieging right now. Here comes an ultimate on the backside to try to make a squeeze play here. Xiaohao getting there. On the back line is ZDZ. Trying to do what he can, but he gets blown up immediately. Xiaohao getting taken very low. So is Angel. They just can't find the carries of Team WE. A triple kill for Karis, and I've never seen a Corki look so protected against a team like EDG. On the last one standing, but he is now sitting. It is an ace for Team WE, and they are looking to end the game and go to Game 4.
17-0. This has been meticulous from WE. And they're just going to take the game.
Monkey will get his first win on Wukong in 2025, and he earned every bit of it. All of Team WE firing on all cylinders, Rudude.
I mean, that was the shortest game of this series. It was incredibly well done. I mean, for the first 10 minutes, we were sat here kind of twiddling our thumbs. Not a lot had happened. A couple kills went down, but all of a sudden, WE just, a little bit of kicks into overdrive. I think that Ziggs worked wonders for them. They took down all the turrets in such methodical fashion as well. They were like, okay, We'll take all the tier 1s. We'll do a nice little swoop around, take these tier 1 turrets with our grubs and our zigs. We'll take the top lane tier 2 just off the back of a nice fight around Atakan. And then again, sequentially went to mid lane. Oh, we've got a wave pushing in bot side. Let's go and take that bot tier 2 turret as well. They don't have the damage or the gold to try to fight us. And again, it just feels like a far cry from anything that WE have done so far this series, which again, in contrast to what they did against AL, this feels like what we should have expected. We should have had 3 games of this.
This might have been the cleanest game that Team WE's played all year. You know, not even
17-0, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you know, that is, ooh, man, that is sparkling right now. It is very bright, in fact, and the lights may have been a little bit too bright for Palkia in that third game. He did not perform well on this part.
No, I mean, he was looking for plays that unfortunately just kind of this misunderstanding of the damage that he had or that his team had maybe about how well they could close that gap. You know, the flash at level 2 to try and stun into the wall. First of all, the stun doesn't hit, so it's a missed mechanical play, but also the damage that comes through off the back of it isn't nearly enough as what they need, and Monkey able to sustain himself, keeps himself alive, and flash out to safety. Again, really, really important, but... you know, a couple fights down on the bot side as well, where the Ziggs had, you know, Tia, who was absolutely fine, finds a flash forward, finds a kill out the back of the portal. Really, really good play by Taeyun once again on this Ziggs, and this time round it was when Kara stepped up as well. We highlighted these mid laners at the beginning of the day. Angel pretty irrelevant on this Akali in this game, where Taeyun and Karis, more importantly on the Corki, looked phenomenal.
Yeah, and we were really like, Akali is going to be the big fixture, right? This is going to be a takeaway from Team WE, and Karis isn't going to be able to get his hands on it. It's one of his better champions. Well, he went over to Angel, who had that fantastic game to cap off his regular season. And, well, over the course of those 2 games, he's got 19 kills. He had 19 kills in the first game. He did not have any kills in this one. That is that is a little rough. And you know what? Maybe Taeyun said something to the team because they looked way different. He's like, guys, please give me some help. Team's like, okay, fine, we're ready. Karis finally got the mouse to the specifications that he wanted. It took 2 games, I guess. But he looked quite good in this game. And you take a look at the damage charts, I mean, woof, that's bad.
Yeah, that's not great. You know, your Akali's getting almost more than out damaged by twice the amount by the enemy mid laner. Almost, I mean, he was out damaged by the Scion, which is a bit more telling than anything else, maybe a bit more damning than most things. And you can see, I mean, it's 17-0, Yanni, like no kills to speak of for EDG. That's a disaster.
Yeah, there's not much for us to talk about, to be honest. It is just singing the praises of WE because of how controlled they played this game. It really did feel like they slowed down quite a bit. You know, it's not their usual play. They usually like to play a little bit more fast and aggressive, but this time they took the pace down a little bit, and I actually think it was a big benefit to them, and I wonder if they're going to play out Game 4 similarly to that. Rude Dude, I think an MVP selection might be a little hard in this game. What about you? What do you think?
I actually think that the most palpable difference that I could see in this game was that Monkey was absolutely destroying Xiaohao on the engages.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against just giving it to Karis for a very, very solid Corki performance. I wouldn't be against giving it to Taeyun for finding a couple of early kills and being a real threat through this. I mean, the way that Karis just W's on top of people and still lives, you know, not a single kill for EDG this entire game. I mean, it kind of speaks to the fact that they are absolutely zooming through that game. I don't know, what are your MVP thoughts?
It's a little tough
Yanni team
because...
MVP?
No. You see, you mentioned the W's on Karis, and I think that's like a good shout. But the problem is, I feel like the team was so good around him that like it may enables him to do that. I think I don't feel like Monkey did enough for me to give it to him, but I think I'm split between those two. You know what? I think I'm just going to give it to Karis because this guy has not really played phenomenally in 2025, and this is a really good game out of him.
It was, and I think that for the most part as well, he sustained himself early on, which is really, really important. It's the fact that he's able to keep the Akali in check through the early game, and then also be able to pump out the damage as we got later and later on. So I mean, again, it really, we can make the argument that Taeyun gets it, Karas gets it. I do think that Monkey in these team fights was pretty instrumental in keeping the Xiaohao at bay, which felt like the way that EDG needed to play this game out.
Might be right.
But I think the good thing for WE this game, and for me in particular, is that they went out and won this game. They didn't. EDG didn't lose this game. WE went out and won it. Right? They made the plays where they're diving under the turret and they're looking like a clean squad. That's what's the big headline here, is that WE went and won this game instead of EDG kind of throwing it away.
Yeah, and EDG never had. It was the first game that they never had any sort of foothold in, right? And I wonder how they're going to feel going into Game 4 about that. We oftentimes will see teams bounce back pretty hard when they're really beaten down that badly, but Team WE could also be catching fire, right? It's really hard to determine. It's double speak essentially, but it's very difficult. Karas is going to get that MVP. Again, it could have went to a lot of people, so I'm not too upset at this.
No, I think this is what makes sense. And again, second MVP for him this split long, which is, when WE have won so many games, and Karas hasn't really been the linchpin for the majority of those. It's good to see that he's got his second one here. I think it's the other probably coming from that big Akali game that he had earlier on in the split. So good to see that he's finding a little bit of form in the back half of this season, and maybe that's what WE need to push themselves a bit further.
Dude, that game was so quick that I just feel like we went to break to go to Game 3, but now we're here getting ready to go to break to Game 4. So we'll see you guys on the other side. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL unofficial English broadcast. Team WE, EDG, Team WE. They got a game.
They did. They got a whole game, and they're going to get 2 more, Yanni. WE going to Worlds. Again, to reiterate, for people who haven't read the script, for people who don't believe, WE are going to Worlds. So they're going to win here, then they're going to beat the team. They're going to lose in the first round of the playoffs, and then they're going to run the lower bracket. They're going to play in the gauntlet, and then they'll win in the gauntlet. So just so people know, so that we're all up to date, that's how WE make it. But it does revolve around a reverse sweep finishing off right here.
Yeah, this is like a 5 or 6 step process, and they've completed 1/3 of step 1 after not looking like they were very interested in completing step 1 at all. But here we are, and the way they did it in such beautiful fashion, to be honest, it was one of the cleaner games of League of Legends you'll not only see out of Team WE, but a team in the LPL as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, the objectives for these 2 teams are as follows. Win the split to get to Worlds. That works. Qualify via championship points for EDG. That's going to be really tricky because the maximum they can get without winning the split is 110. And even 110 doesn't necessarily secure them championship points promotion. Or they can qualify and win the gauntlet. And that's a possibility for both of our 2 sides here. Importantly, if EDG lose this series, they cannot play the gauntlet at all. And if WE win this series, they become much more likely to get at least a sniff at the gauntlet.
Yeah, it is going to be a little tricky for both these teams, as you said, but task at hand for EDG. They have to just be in a just win baby mode, right? Because getting 80 points could get you there, but that's going to get you 3rd, right? Overall, I mean, you have a long road ahead, so you're not really concerned about doing all the calculations right now. You were just trying to jam. You were just trying to win. It did not happen in that last game. We'll see if the Game 3 Team WE is the Team WE we're going to see the rest of the series, or if they're going to go back to their haphazard, mistake-laden play that put them down 2-0 to begin with.
Haphazard and mistake-laden. You are a hater, my good sir.
It's just what happened, bro.
Yeah,
what do you want me to say?
Also true. Now, we are moving into draft for our 4th game now. EDG, this is their first look on blue side. It's worth remembering. They don't drop any of the bans. They are doing the exact same thing on blue side as they did on red side. So we've now gone away from the red side jail ban, where you have to ban this explicit champion, and it's just versus this team, we will ban this.
Draven is getting taken off the table. They are afraid of on Draven. They are like, this might be the game that they pull it out. So I respect that ban. It does mean that Poppy or Annie could be available. These are bans that we've seen in the earlier games, now unleashed potentially.
And we're getting to that point now where those mid-game bridging junglers are few and far between, where we're looking to more level 6 spiking champions, and the bans start to indicate that maybe we're going for certain picks, and that other things might end up being a little bit more important. I like the Nocturne ban. I think that's one of the next level go-to picks. I mean, we've still got Sejuani Maokai in terms of those tank junglers that I think come and be the next level of jungler to take. In terms of those mid laners, though, right, Annie is still open. And I think that taking Annie blind is a little bit risky when Victor still exists. So I think that that's kind of the tussle that these 2 teams are playing. And of course, Orianna, maybe just the best of the best that's left over here, can just be taken blind, has a fine matchup versus the Annie as well, outranges the Annie with no doubt. Well, this does open up for maybe a Victor, maybe the Annie to still just get locked in for Karis.
It is a little tricky because I'd say Karis' second best champion has been Orianna. Now that not being available is going to be a little problematic. We're going to see Renekton up top here for Cube. And I do wonder if we'll see, as you said, like I said, Sejuani come out. I think a Yone would actually be pretty okay against Orianna. It's a little rough early, but that's typically the combination you'll end up seeing if a Sejuani does get locked in. Still a little undecided on what we're going to pick. I think it's really early for a Galio pick, but they'll lock it in anyway.
Means that they need to try and find some semblance of dive then. I do think that Rakan this game is a pretty big pick for the support role. Yeah. I mean, that is a really good pairing that they can take into that top side. And I kind of like this as a preemptive answer. You highlighted that the Poppy hasn't been picked up. whether this goes to Xiaohao or to Palkia, it's possible for either of them. And it stops that Rakan really early. It really disincentivizes you to go for it. Now, there's an opportunity for WE to just kind of say, we're diving anyway. We have seen that in the past where there's so much dive that the Poppy can't stop all of it. But I do think that this Poppy innately is a very, very solid pickup early on.
You're going to need a carry jungler here if you're going to lock in this Galio. So they're going to put the game on Monkey's shoulders. Once again, you see him hovering that Zed. He's been known to play the Deferi at times, even though she's not as good as she once was. I think this would be a huge mistake. They're going to go and lock in the Olaf. Doesn't have an easy way in to disrupt the middle of the team fight and get the Galio on top of him, but he will certainly run you down.
In terms of mobility, there's not a lot from EDG so far, and I think that this, in terms of mobile AD carries that are left for on as well, you know, you're looking at maybe things like the Xayah for one that can stop him and stop him from auto-attacking, wait for that ulti to run out. But looking at things that can get out of the way of the Olaf as well, maybe a Caitlyn is something that sort of increases in priority for EDG. I'm not really against this Olaf to begin with. I actually don't mind it at all in terms of what it can do and what it can look to accomplish. It gives the Galio somebody to ulti on as they move into the backline. It does mean that WE are going dive, that they're going full send all the way forward, and I'm not too sure about the Renata ban, because I think that'd be really good for EDG themselves, unless this Poppy is just going to be playing support. I think that for EDG it's all about how well can you play kite, can you play safe, and really allow for WE to come into you, and you as EDG need to sit and absorb that engage.
I think this would be a fantastic lock-in for WE. You just get that little bit of extra CC coming out with the Deadly Flourish, and for EDG I think you got to pick a Braum here. I think Braum looks really, really good. If you're over on that side and you put a Senna together with that, I think you can really keep this Aatrox upright for a long time if that's what you want to do.
I would much rather Zeri here. Again, you want something that can get over terrain. That's what Olaf's biggest fear is. Is that, you know, you just struggle when trying to maneuver over terrain or through terrain. Instead, they go for the Senna, which you know, it's good for helping the rest of the team and good for helping out in that regard, but I do think that it's really tricky for the Senna to sustain versus an Olaf, or to live versus an Olaf. If Monkey ends up running in and jumping on top of the Senna, she doesn't really do anything to protect against that. The Brawl makes perfect sense, right? We talked about how much the disengage power is going to be this game when all that WE do is look to engage. And now really it's about what do they go to round out that composition with. Again, very surprised that the Rakan doesn't get picked up. But the Karma for the movement speed on the Olaf, maybe that's the theory here, is that they can help the Olaf get in there with some heals and some shields rather to get in.
Yeah, I also think more poke to be able to land these Deadly Flourishes, right? It's just another avenue of like, okay, we tagged somebody, let's go and root them up, right? Because the only things you're really doing there are the Undertow or the Winds of War out of your jungle and your mid laner respectively, so I think you just need a little bit more. And as you mentioned, the shields to be able to get Monkey, get Karis in there, get Cube in there a little bit faster are going to see some value here.
That's what it is. It's the movement speed that comes from this. Hopefully a Shirelia's as well to get picked up. It's an enable Monkey composition, effectively. You've got, you know, it's not really a DPS threat until the hyper late game for Taeyoon. The Renekton can be a very stable early access game, early access champion that can help you bridge through to that mid game. And the Olaf really just becomes as much of a fiend as possible the later really that he can, or the lower his health gets, but the more he's able to hit, the better he is. Olaf, formerly a champion that really fell off of a cliff late game. And I think that it's really dependent on the composition that he plays against. I think that this time round versus an Orianna versus a Senna might have a little bit of an opportunity here to just keep hitting. And when there's enough melees as well for him, it's about keeping the ulti as going for as long as possible. They changed Olaf's ultimate, so it's not a flat amount of time. It's a really short duration if you aren't autoing people, but if you keep autoing, you keep refreshing and you keep extending that duration.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达。
So some of the Gyos coming out here, and I think that this is very fun duality when you look at your junglers here. Monkey, again, the guy who they put the ball in his hands a lot on these aggressive junglers. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao is a guy that is integral to the game plan, but can take a back seat with some of these and be a bit more of a playmaker at times. He's going to have a very tough task,
援军出击，
making sure that you keep a Monkey down once again. Xiao Hao is already doing cheeky Xiao Hao things.
And you can even see, yeah, like you say, that this Poppy has managed to worm her way into the red side wolves at present. So they have no real information on where the Poppy is. They probably expect Xiao Hao to be on his top side. Probably have no idea that you know, Xiao Hao's starting on the wolves, and Monkey probably going to end up being a little bit lost for words when he finds out quite where he is. I mean, just looking at the runes that we got to see there, this composition for WE is all about going in. The Karma for movement speed, the ability for the Jhin to follow up with consistent slows from the Curtain Call, and even in the rune choices as well, Monkey went for approach velocity.
My goodness.
Oh my god, there are some cooks going on right now. Now he knows, though. Now Monkey knows. Xiao Hao's somewhere. Yep.
Oh, he's ghosted. He's ghosting. After
He knows he's somewhere.
I mean, I hate to laugh at that. This is the thing I love about pro play. Is
Xiao Hao is living rent-free in Monkey's head.
the thing I love about pro play is that you make really creative plays like that happen, and he's like, he's got to be here somewhere, and they just have like, why isn't
Did you
he
see
here?
the
Right?
player cams?
No,
No.
I didn't. Oh,
So-
I'm so mad.
Xiao Hao recalled, and then immediately, like a massive sigh of relief, he went, oh. You know, he was sweating. He did not know what was going on, and he also let out a little giggle as well because he saw Monkey Ghost, because he saw him on the blue buff. So Monkey must now be thinking, what on earth has happened? Poppy took my wolves and then recalled? Question mark. Like,
Yeah.
what, you know, questioning the pathing. And honestly, I think Monkey still comes out on top of that. Outside of the fact that he'd lost his ghost, Xiao Hao also flashed at some stage. I'm not sure when the flash happened, but Xiao Hao did flash.
Maybe he flashed over the wall earlier to get back there above the ward. I think the really interesting thing is that now they know where Monkey is. They have no idea where Xiao Hao is. They are like
Yeah.
at a complete loss of where he could be, and I do wonder if EDG are going to be able to take advantage of any potential surprises.
So, jungle shenanigans, I think, is the best word I'm going to use. Aside, so far the early lanes are looking pretty good for WE. The Renekton versus the Aatrox coming out on top for that Renekton. The Jhin and the Karma versus a Braum lane. You know, Karma has notoriously been very good at bullying out of Braum. She can't ever really get in range, and Senna, definitely a champion that's going to struggle to do that damage early on. So it's good to see that WE should be looking at building out an early game lead. And then once again, I'd like to think just pushing that advantage nice and early, getting some neutral objectives, setting themselves up for what will be a very, honestly, a very tricky late game if they get there on parity, but one where they should really be looking to win this game nice and early.
You see Monkey go ahead and taking a Scuttle Crab for himself on the bottom side here. First Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds, and WE's bot lane has had complete control so far, and, you know, again, as mentioned, not really too much of a surprise going into a Braum and a Senna, and they're all about just hanging in there and getting as much souls as you can, and hopefully not letting the game get too far out of reach.
I think that if EDG want to play this scaling game, it's about making sure that they do just keep tabs on where the Olaf goes, right? We highlighted that this is a play for Monkey composition, and that's what's really important. I mean, coming into this series, we were looking at the junglers and the supports in particular and saying, can the, you know, this powerhouse duo of Xiao Hao and Palkia, who really kind of ran Nirvana, live up to the Ascend expectations? And in games 1 and 2 they did, absolutely, but in game 3, you know, those champion pools may be a little bit diminished. It was a completely different look. Palkia on the Bard looked like he was absolutely lost, really wasn't up to the standards of WE, and even Xiao Hao didn't have the greatest look in that game either. It's about that consistency, and it's the best of 5 versus a best of 3. You know, if it's a best of 3, we'd have been finished and EDG would have been the winners, but WE found their way back. And it came off of, honestly, a very strong team-wide performance, a solid deathball comp that they played together as a unit and played the best.
this composition has a bit of similarities to that last one as well, right? Just run at you and get the job done. And Team WE just got to scale up to that time to actually get there. Monkey getting very close to level 6. Dragon is available. Xiao Hao going to be escorted in here. Okay, spots out the pink as they've spotted
Hello,
out
Poppy.
EDG as a whole. So there won't be any surprises here.
Does give a little bit of time for Arn to walk forward and potentially try to farm some stacks, farm some souls. So we're seeing a good trade on this top side for ZDZ.
Okay.
But he pops the Dominus here. He's not looking to really dive, not looking to get anything out of this. World End is still available for ZDZ if he wants to try and get an extra burst and initial juice of healing coming through. Small advantage generated on that top side then.
Monkey going to show up on the bottom side here. Perhaps a bit of a bait, but he stepped up and then walked away. Now we're going to go all in here. Root's going to go down onto Palkia. Able to hop away, and an Undertow splits the gap and nothing more. As we do see pings on the Dragon here for Team WE.
Double summoner heals burned from both of our supports as Karis finds a good trade in that mid lane. You are quite right that it's about moving into that Dragon. Cube able to break the Umbral chain there. Q2 went wide by ZDZ and Xiaohao not able to chain that CC back, and spotting the Poppy on the top side might just mean that WE feel more enough emboldened to take this Dragon than even before.
Yep, it's all theirs, and right now they've carved out a solid enough lead for themselves through the laning phase. It's 700 gold without too much effort, to be quite honest with you, and this is a little bit more of the Team WE that we expected. Again, we're playing it a little bit slower, a little bit more cautious, and so far it's been to their benefit. We are going to see Grubs up in about 20 seconds here. I think we're going to see either team make good use of them.
I will say as well that, I mean, and this is only really important for the early portions of this game, but Vampire has already finished off his support item, so he's got the, or not finished it off, but he's got the wards already, so he can actually now start to move around the map, put out a lot more warding, and that 200 gold lead that you see, it's support quest gold. Palkia is still not really anywhere near close, probably halfway through that, just off of stacking minions, where Vampire is able to constantly whittle away, poke at those HP bars. And now Vampire can walk up to this top side, use a little bit extra of that vision. Maybe try to lay some of those wards down, help out his jungler. Let's keep tracking Xiaohao, make sure that we know where and when he's going to be in our midst. And with the power of the Karma right by their side, they feel good to take 2 of the 3 grubs.
I have an idea that Xiao Hao is up there with one of the grubs going his way. He's now level 6, so that Keeper's Verdict going to make a large impact in this game if he can land them, being able to flip these fights and have a man advantage or two is integral to a lot of wins. We'll see if he's able to make that sort of impact around the next objective fights. They're not going to be for a while. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the Dragon, a full 6 minutes on the Rift Herald. We're in it for the long haul here, Rude Dude. I don't imagine too many things are going to change right now, and that's very beneficial for the Senna.
Yep, I mean, we've already highlighted it. The EDG are more than happy to sit back and scale. They've got this, I'm going to say, much better late game composition where the Senna will be very safe, or maybe not safe, but where she's going to be very damage oriented, very damage focused, and be able to do that work. And WE are ones that are going to need to struggle their way through a pretty challenging front line of a Poppy and a Braum who do really well when trying to boop people away and keep Sennas safe. So as this game gets later, the game gets more difficult for WE, and for them it's about pushing the pace of this game. Cube just popped Dominus on the top side to push this wave, look to dive ZDZ maybe.
And ZDZ wisely backing off here, aware that Monkey could be in the area. This does mean that Cube is going to be able to feast up here a little bit. ZDZ gonna have to wait for the rest of his squad to show up. Wait till the coast is clear. This does mean a second plate will go over to Cube right now. He's, once again, carving a nice lead for himself. This is exactly what you want as Renekton. Here we go. Curtain Call coming out. On going to use his ultimate. Trying to keep himself alive. This 4th shot, not going to be able to take him down.
Yeah, and if one more of those bullets had have landed, I mean, On there rooting himself to throw the W and the ulti out, almost secures that some of his HP ends up getting lost. It's a barrier for heal trade, and it's another plating being secured by WE. So far, so good through the early game for this WE composition, but it's about pushing that pace a little bit further. In game number 3, they did a really good job at this. It was quite slow to begin with, and then at around this 10-minute marker, It's when they started to make things happen. We've got a Drake spawning in 2.5, or in a minute and a half, really. So that's maybe the next time we can expect to see WE make some action happen. They've got 2 grubs, they got the first dragon, and they've got gold leads across the board. So it's not a bad position for WE to be in. It's just about whether or not they can do more with it.
And this gold lead looks a lot worse than it actually is. About 400 to 500 of it is on Vampire compared to Palkia. So cut it in half, we'll call it. It's about 500 on some of these more relevant champions. But once Vampire gets that first completed item, then that's when you're going to feel the gold difference a little bit here. So we're starting to see some poke. The root down onto Palkia. Palkia is in trouble with 3 members bearing down on him. He's rooted up, trying desperately to get to On. We'll be able to hop over to him and escape.
He gets out, and on this top side, I don't know that Cube's going to be able to meet the same fate. 6 seconds on Dominus, but he takes a full Q3 there. It's about building up the Rage Bar. He spots...
Now what a flash by Xiao Hao! Knockup is there! Beautifully played by the Poppy!
Really solid timing there. Doesn't even give Cube the opportunity to put the ward down. Flashes in for the wall bang, and then layers his ulti on top of that charged Q. So it's a really solid combo, really clean from the Poppy to make sure that Renekton has no way of really fighting out that 2 versus 1. A champion frequently so able to take these 2v1 plays just in that instance, not given the chance.
Palkia and On are keeping themselves on this island here with Karis moving on the way down.
Available. Yeah.
But it looks like WE will not commit any further. They are showing a lot of restraint.
I think double TP being ready for Angel and ZDZ there, really big tool that just means that this dive on the bot side, it's not tenable for WE. They aren't able to really make anything happen, but there's a dragon that's just now spawned. Cube doesn't have teleport. He TP'd back up to that top side, and it's not the same to be said for ZDZ. So if EDG want to make a play, it's possible for them to try and commit 5 people to this bot side as well.
Oh, another curtain call coming out here. First shot's going to land, but Palkia is going to be able to block the rest of them without too much of an issue here. This does mean that WE have full purchase of this bottom side. It does mean the dragon is going to get started. Cube going to get engaged on by Xiao Hao here. Alright, got him with the tip, forcing the flash out there. So attacking this top side, paying off so far for EDG, but they are down in objectives.
And again, it's about how much can WE push the pace of this game. 2 dragons is a good start, but if in that 3rd dragon or 4th dragon, they don't have a tenable gold lead, that real advantage when these 5v5s come to bear, they're probably just going to get ran over. Again, this composition of champions that they've got in a 5 versus 5 can very easily be kited. The Poppy, the Galio, or the Poppy rather, and the Braum, that are so easily able to disrupt and to buy time. And as well as that, the Orianna, yes, the Olaf is really good at keeping CC from being immune. But when we look at the rest of the squad, Renekton's going to get caught up by that. The Galio's going to get caught up by that. So it really will just be the Olaf going in solo, and then you have to think about the damage that he's going to be able to do and the HP that he's going to get. I think that the Galio ulti gives a little bit of a shield. You've got more of the Vampire shielding as well, so it really is going to be a DPS check for EDG. If they can get through the Olaf nice and quickly, maybe then they'll be fine.
Nice job spotting out On there. Really like the pressure that WE's putting down on the AD carry of EDG. The problem is it hasn't really yielded any successful results. He's at 35 stacks at 14.5 minutes. This is a perfectly fine spot to be in right now. If you're the EDG AD carry, eventually you have to start making plays on these guys. I wonder if potentially Team WE have been a little too relaxed, a little too calm, and unwilling to actually make plays. You know, Karis hasn't used his Galio ultimate to really get Monkey into any of these dives.
That is the concern for WE, and it's one that I think around that first team fight is really going to be telling. I think if the first big skirmish goes the way of EDG, they probably book their place in the playoffs. If that first fight goes the way of WE, then they push that timer back a little bit further. Cube has no teleport, he's all the way down on the bot side, but it is a wave being lost by ZDZ here. Herald already started for EDG, and it's all about WE. Can they stall with enough time?
They're looking to find a way, and they're looking for a fight. Shockwave lands on the 2 to try to disrupt. Dawning Shadow over the top. Xiaohao's ultimate does not land, and now he's going to get turned on. He's a level down and being run down completely alone. There's the ultimate, the hero's entrance. Xiaohao is dead. On, and Angel still well protected. The Herald will reset. No root coming out as Cube now is getting kited out. You mentioned it, and he'll fall to ZDZ as ZDZ wants more, but he gets knocked up, but not stopped.
No.
Immediately canceled. On will chase him down as he looks for Vampire next. Chorus trying to do what he can to save his support, but he pays for it in blood. It's a 4-for-1 for EDG, and they're going to take the Herald anyway.
And in that pivotal first fight, Yanni, WE fail. EDG are able to stand tall, they sustain the engage, they weather the storm of Monkey, and they come out on top with this Herald. A replay starts us off. Vampire just taking a little bit too much chip damage off the start of this. He's not able to really contribute as much to this fight as you might like. But Monkey, as he goes in here, has to turn to keep his ulti, and he gets a lot of uptime. With the Ragnarok, he's able to do quite a lot, but Xiaohao actually uses Vampire as an escape, so he doesn't get knocked up, and Karis can get out to safety. But it's this Senna, who really should have been a lot further behind than she is, who's free hitting this entire time. And Taeyun here, I don't know quite what he was thinking. Curtain call up, just gives the opening for On, and he sees blood in the water, flashes for it, and takes it down. Very solid performance from the EDG AD carry to keep himself consistently uptiming and also able to force Taeyun out.
A critical mistake from the WE AD carry, and that results in more kills going over to EDG. It feels like maybe the call was split. Cube was in there super deep, though you could see the rest of the team wasn't able to get in. That should have been the sign that it's time to get out. We will lose our top laner for it and call it a day. And instead they get dragged into the muck, into the mire, and they're now down 5 kills to 1. They're down 1,300 gold. That early game lead that they tried so hard to cultivate, Rude Dude, has dissipated, scattered to the wind. 30 seconds until this dragon. They need this third dragon, dude, Team WE.
They absolutely do, but Monkey's on the wrong side of the rift here, just clearing out vision on the top side. I think that they've probably got one more fight in them before this game starts to get completely out of control. But again, the way that this Orianna is able to help out the rest of the team, where he's easily able to use his E for a little bit of movement speed, where you also have the dissonance move speed coming through if the ball's on top of him. And EDG are just using the tools that they drafted for themselves as they should, making it nice and appropriate that they're able to kite out, keep the team alive, and for all intents and purposes, render this WE composition of Dive useless.
The Rift Herald does not immediately yield a dragon, but it does get the teleport out of Karis, and now it looks like EDG are looking to start this one up to break the stacking, and it's so difficult for WE to try to find a way in. Blast Planet just got hit, so Monkey's got to take the long way around. He's going to use the Scryer's Bloom and see that this dragon is still very healthy, but he's the only one actually able to get in. We're seeing a flank TP come out of Cube, but it's immediately getting marked. Monkey in there, and the team is completely split. Palki is going to get engaged on. Here comes the Keeper's Verdict. It will land and knock Taeyun way out of the fight. Xiao trying to stay alive. No taunt to be had. Backside here. On's in trouble. Shockwave down. Hero's entrance. Cube eats the AD carry alive, but is now finally getting blocked and taken down. It is time for ZDZ to try to do his thing. Monkey going to secure this dragon, but ZDZ wants kills. Karis is low, and he's dead. But now ZDZ, is he a little bit too far up? Looking for Monkey next. The shielding is big. The rest of the team is a little too low. The dissonance slow. Looking for Monkey. The shields are there. He's able to get around the corner, but they want to stick around. Taeyun trying to get these shots off. Trying to get these roots over the wall. Xiaohao gets the wall. Cleanse. Xiaohao still alive. But here's the curtain call. Xiaohao survives. ZDZ is still a monster in this fight, and he really, really wants kills, and he really, really wants Taeyun, but he will not find him. WE critically getting that third dragon.
The timer extends that little bit longer. The fight goes their way, but it is by no means convincing. And it's this Aatrox who is absolutely slaughtering WE, causing them so many issues. And the damage that WE have drafted is so dependent on consistency. And the DPS from Monkey, that uptime, needs to be there. But as soon as he turns onto that dragon, this fight becomes much more difficult for WE. Cube finding great access, it's worth saying. Getting on top of On, taking him down even through the shockwave is maybe the game-saving play from this WE top laner. And a reminder for what's at stake for these two teams as well, Jan. EDG looking to keep their playoffs hopes alive, and WE looking to get as many championship points in as they can. If they lose here, they get 0. And then the fate of the World's Run is no longer in their hands. Palkia just a little too far forward, tanks up the Olaf a little too much, but a flash in from Cube. And despite the redemption, despite all the attempted healing and shielding, Cube does enough. Thought that with the shield coming in from Vampire, maybe he'd be able to get one more Q off, maybe just be able to bait in EDG that little bit further. But you can see that WE is split. They're in two minds a little bit. Monkey's doing the dragon while the rest of the team are taking this fight, and ZDZ with Angel at his back, actually, look at the amount of shields that he gets, how safe he actually feels. And you can tell the damage and the differential between a AP support and a mid laner who has shields, right? Where you have Orianna consistently providing so much damage and shielding to the team, and instead it's just Karma who's providing comparatively weak shielding.
On cannot make a mistake like that again. I think that cost EDG that fight. And perhaps their best chance at breaking the stacking of WE. At any rate, it's bought WE an opportunity back in the game. Karis has now seen that, hey guys, this Otacon is being started, and Team WE are immediately running down as fast as they can. They have no teleport on Cube. And ZDZ does have teleport to be able to join.
What's happening? There's nobody from WE
low.
nearby.
2,000, 1,000. Monkey can't get close. And Zhao Hao will secure a teleport coming in from ZDZ here as Team WE cut and run, unable to do a thing.
A very fatal lapse in judgment there. You cannot be giving over objectives as WE, let alone Atacon, and in a game where the combat has been so tight, so close, and for WE in particular is so important. Losing out on that big team fight boost is going to be very, very damning. Not to mention the gold, the experience, the stats that get given over to WE for collecting all of those blood roses. It's been a slightly less bloody game, so there's fewer of them out on the map. But for EDG, that's a big boon. That's a big takeaway, a massive denial.
Yeah, and also prevents any potential throws later on at that objective, right? That's one thing to talk about, but it's clean. It's secured by EDG. This game is very, very close. On has hit that 60 stack break point on this Senna, so he's going to have that extra range. 1 minute until this next dragon. EDG must secure it.
And I'm looking at these items as well. If Taeyun can get to this finished Last Whisper, then good. And we're hoping that this, second item for Monkey can get finished up. But those are the big tickets that need to be hit here. Karis actually has a lion's share of the gold of WE so far. And I mean, Taeyun, unfortunately, this game has been pretty weak on the Jhin. These curtain calls have been a couple of them going wide, very mispositioned, very mistimed. And it feels like there's maybe not necessarily the same familiarity that he has with his Corki, his Ezreal, the champions that we know him to pop off on. And in this game, this crucial game number 4, it's not quite hitting the same way, and Taeyun isn't quite hitting the same as he has been in the rest of the series.
And he needs to step up and do something. The problem is that at this point in the game, it's so hard for Jhin to be able to do something like that. We see Monkey taking a very creative angle here, trying to slip in from behind, but he's going to be spotted out on this pink. Yeah. That's very, very bad. As you see, On is now headed down to him. Yeah, they
just try
and
spot him out. Mark him. Make sure that he can't get into this pit as ZDD
wait, On's left alone with him. Okay, Monkey's going to be stopped, and everybody's on top of him, and now he's going to try to kite it out. He's not going to get stunned over on the other side. Vampire falls. Cube trying to get over to Zhao, but he gets knocked away. Both of them do. Taeyun has to run, being chased down, but here comes the Galio. The knockup is there onto Zhao Hao. No taunt is going to land, but right now, EDG have full purchase and will be able to secure the dragon because ZDZ is just running down Monkey. He's so close to killing him, and he will.
Takes down the Olaf, and now 25 minutes into the game, Yanni, let's look at what's just spawned. It's Baron time, baby. Monkey with 35 seconds on his death timer. Gonna have to wait and watch this one out, hope and pray that his team can stall this one away. This is a slow Baron by EDG, and Jhin still has ulti. Vampire can still poke. This isn't free for EDG, but WE are still gonna fancy their chances.
Cube has flash. Very interesting to note because he has been doing well to get to the back line as best he can. 5,000 HP. Over on the other side, Karis is going to mark the Aatrox.
But it's all about
He has
Baron.
to flash away. Here we go. It's low. Who gets it? It will go to EDG. No surprises there. WE unable to stop them.
And it's just a fundamental lack of understanding from WE. They have to go forward there. Why ever would you turn on the Renekton? Your goal is to stop the Baron. What? Ah! Karis!
The desperation from WE, you can see it in their eyes, you can see it in their gameplay, you can smell the fear in their sweat right now as EDG are looking to run them down. ZDZ wants to find an angle, but that turret still standing means that EDG will not continue this push, but Monkey wants to continue this play while these health bars are low, but ZDZ is healing up big time. It's a 3-level difference. Look who's caught! It's Vampire who's dead, and now we're turning to Cube as his life is forfeit. Taeud caught dead himself. EDG full control, looking to eliminate WE from playoff contention. They march on.
And the game, the series, their hopes of having any say in their playoff standings slipping away fight by fight with the Baron at their backs. EDG take 2 turrets in the top side. They take complete control over game number 4. And in the pivotal clutch linchpin fight that WE needed to win, they falter, they fumble. This is the side of the fight that they have numbers advantage on. Vampire gets one shot by the Orianna, and Taeyoon unable to do any damage versus a Poppy who has just a little bit too much HP. And the knock away from the Keeper's Verdict just keeps EDG so healthy, so topped off, so fine to take every side of the fight well.
I don't know if this was a good call or not, to be honest with you. I mean, yes, you're like, hey guys, they have no resources, they have low health. Let's go attack the Aatrox that can immediately heal up when he autos me. And they just, it seemed so split, so indecisive from Team WE. The pitfalls and problems that have plagued them against higher level competition in Group Ascend have shown up at the worst time against the second best team out of Group Nirvana. Looking to be the second Nirvana team to make the playoffs.
And now the game is so hard for WE. The only way out is through. They have to try and fight their way out of this position because the game only gets worse. But it's already awful. We were talking about poverty builds in game number 3. Look at Taeyoon's build. Like, this guy does no damage to anybody that he needs to. ZDZ is 5 levels up on the Jhin, and now they're taking Cube to tear it as well.
The gold continuously filling the pockets of EDG. But despite how much weight they're carrying there, it's not slowing them down. It's not slowing this Baron push, as they have now broken the base and are looking for this inhibitor. We're seeing a teleport on the bottom side here, coming out from ZDZ as he's looking to rejoin the team. Team WE very quickly losing ground. The gold's
There's
getting
a deep
spent.
TP behind. Cube's going for a long flank.
Okay, here we go. Monkey's trying to get in there. On was forced to flash away. We're turning to ZDZ, but here comes Cube, but his flank is only onto Palkia. Now he's going to look for ZDZ, but he's getting interrupted. ZDZ healing up so
Big
much.
Q3.
He's just still alive on the side, but the shockwave over on the far side, taking them down. They're falling like dominoes, rude dude. And guess what? Team WE has been cut down by EDG. Game 3, just a mirage. EDG, their playoff hopes, their world's hopes will stay alive another day. They beat Team WE 3-1.
The Nexus will fall, Yanni, and EDG tear apart WE in game number 4, 17-3. They find the same amount of kills as game 3, but they give over a couple extra deaths. They do not care. They're the team going to playoffs. And EDG, they started out this season with a bang, 5-0 in the first round robin. And then the back half, a few blunders, a few mishaps. And I thought coming into this series, WE would just be able to sweep them aside. The EDG weren't on that same wavelength, that the gap between the Ascend and the Nirvana was just too big. But day 1 proved it, day 2 shown it once again. EDG taking this 3-1, and honestly in convincing games as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. They looked so good. None of these games in the series were particularly close in the end. You know, at the beginning of game one, that's where you really felt that these teams were evenly matched, perhaps once EDG started bringing it back after a rough start. But really, that rough start occurred. They won their first fight, and it just felt like they never lost momentum throughout the series. We did have questions coming into Game 4. Okay, you got shellacked real bad by Team WE. How are you going to respond? And we said that teams can respond very well to something like that. And that's exactly what EDG did. They got down early, but they did not hit the panic button, and that was the difference.
And I think that for WE as well, the big question was how well would they be able to push that lead? Could they actually, really do anything with it? And unfortunately for them, they didn't really have that ability to push the game early enough. We were looking at them and thinking, you need to do something. You need to push this game and make sure that you're actually accelerating your gold lead. You've got a couple of dragons early. This is a good start, but when we look at things a little bit later on and what it is that they generated for themselves, they didn't have enough in the tank, and that early advantage that they found wasn't nearly enough, and that EDG just sat back, just waiting, just vibing almost. They were more than happy with that, and you got to see why.
Yeah, we talked about how Team WE just didn't seem to have that aggressive early bite really in this series outside of Game 1 and Game 3, right? And they had it for a little bit in Game 1, and they lost it real quick. This game, it felt like they really needed to have that, and they just did not make any plays with Karis having the semi-global, able to just say, hey, Monkey, run at them, bro. Run at them for this dive. We saw it was teased a little bit, right? There was an opportunity there. We saw Karis move down, getting ready, and they called off the play, and I was really surprised they didn't do a darn thing to try to set on behind. And if you don't do that, and you're not making plays anywhere else, what are you doing?
Yeah, and unfortunately for EDG, or not unfortunately, but fortunately for them, they're the recipients of that. They're more than happy now to take their spot in the playoffs, right? Like they're going to have a much more difficult opponent next time out. Looking at the top twos from the LPL, odds are they probably play against an IG, a top esports, somebody of that ilk. But for EDG, they'll be more than happy. For WE now, I mean, the way that we were looking at championship points before the series, this is now a really difficult spot to find themselves in, because they are reliant on Weibo faltering. They're reliant on JDG faltering, and I mean, maybe you can rely on one of them, but I think both of them not making it a single series win is very unlikely.
Especially with the opponents that they have, the third and fourth place teams coming out of Nirvana. We talked about how there was, a huge drop off. It's something that we know from just, over the course of the season, that it was a two-team group essentially out of NIP and EDG, and, credit to those teams for making it through. We almost expected NIP to get there. It wasn't without its difficulties, not without its faults. We knew that there was a possibility for EDG to do so here, but in the manner in which they did, I don't think any of us could have guessed it.
No, and I mean, I always had hope for this WE roster. I mean, that game number 2 was a quintessential showcase for why you would have hope, and why you can see some of these great spots. But unfortunately, there were just a few too many instances of really, really difficult League of Legends to watch, where we're curtain calling in front of 4 people in the face, and where we're turning our attention to a Renekton on a flank, or to an Aatrox on a flank, instead of trying to stop the Baron from going down. And then that Baron led into so much more gold that the whole game really felt like it had gone to pot by that point. So it's just a difficult spot that WE weren't able to ever claw back from, and now they are out. They're sat on the sidelines waiting and hoping that they can run a gauntlet.
They're hoping that they're given a miracle, but they lost it themselves, Rudu. They have no one to blame but themselves. And, that sounds like they should have won this series. And again, this was a series that we acknowledged could have gone either way. And EDG just played so well in this series. We cannot talk about that enough. And how about ZDZ in this last game? He's my pick for MVP of this game. I mean, this guy was absolutely ridiculous multiple times, being a big drain tank, coming up with pretty good flanks, and overall just making the life hard on Team WE in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's definitely, you know, most damage in this game. Don't think he actually ever died, and he was such a brutal part of how EDG were able to take these team fights. They didn't have a true tank in this game, but they had ZDZ, who probably had more HP coming through than the majority of the tanks that they could have picked would have ever done. And he was doing a boatload of damage as well. Take a look at this Q3 in the final fight that we get to see, where he gets a 1000 HP heal, and he takes like 400 HP off of everybody else as well. Like, that's just so much work that he's putting in, so much damage that he's pumping out as well. He definitely gets MVP for this game.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is the kind of Aatrox that you hate to see on the other side, where he's just just constantly healing and healing and has no problems whatsoever. Let's go ahead and take a look at our updated play-ins now with what you see after this win. EDG, a 3-1 victory, knocking Team WE out. And now they have to wait on the sidelines for the results of these other two series between JDG and LGD and Weibo and Ultra Prime Rududen. We have already talked about it. It seems mighty doomed for them, but who knows? Miracles can happen, and it would be shocking to see any of these teams upset the Group Ascend counterparts, but would also be something quite exciting, to be honest. That would generate a lot of buzz for sure.
Yeah, it would. And I do think then that, you know, we'd be a little bit more excited about the power of Nirvana and maybe the LPL as a whole. Maybe if it's LGD and Ultra Prime able to take series. I mean, I don't know quite what that speaks to the power of Ascend, maybe, when you've got teams that are losing to these squads. But I mean, this series as a whole and the upcoming series that we have got are going to be kind of now a little bit more interesting, where in Split 2 it was a complete sweep, right? The top 8 were the top 8 and that was it. This time round, though, we've got some mixing in here where Nirvana have beat Ascend.
ZDZ, our MVP. No surprise there, our player of the game for what he did in that game. That damage percentage was so good, 34%. His third player of the game overall. Yeah, exactly. And he really came to play in this game, dude. Final thoughts on how this series went?
Yeah, I'm really... Honestly, I always had hope for WE. I really, really thought they were a team that were going to be able to, you know, bite back when the clutch was needed. Unfortunately, I didn't have it in them. I am, once again, bandwagoning all aboard the EDG hype train. They'll be my next team that go to Worlds. They're the fourth best team now in the LPL.
Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of hyped about EDG as well. But you know who else I'm hyped about? Our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help us level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Every day that there are games. Let's put an asterisk on that now because the games are starting to get a little spread apart. But for the next couple of days, we will still have games. It is Weibo Gaming and Ultra Prime going at it tomorrow. That's Cubby and Slayer on the call. And then finally, it'll be JDG versus LGD on Tuesday, covered by Alk Battery and Dia. You're not going to want to miss those. But that will do it for our broadcast here today. For myself, my co-caster Rudude, for Kelsey Moser behind the glass, and everybody here at the LPL English Unofficial family, we want to thank you all so much for being here with us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.